Okay. Good evening. It is Wednesday, July 28th at 7:30 p.m. This is a meeting of the Nahant Conservation Commission. First on the agenda is the request for determination of applicability for 66 Willow Road, removal of invasives and debris within bordering vegetated wetlands and land subject to coastal storm flowage. Would you mind coming up and giving us a quick overview of what you're looking to do?
Sure. I'm Mark Simpson. My wife Julia is here. We have about 4,000 square feet in the back of our yard that is still sort of undeveloped wetlands, mostly overrun with phragmites and full of, I don't know, 50 or 70 or 100 years of trash, asphalt, tires, construction debris and stuff like that. So basically the project is to clear out the trash, mechanically remove the phragmites and restore native vegetation to that 4,000 square feet in the back of the yard.
Okay. And I think everybody was able to attend the site visit that we had. Does anybody on the commission have any questions or concerns about the proposal?
I guess, I mean, you mentioned in there native species and things. Have you gone any further into research as to which?
Well, I have several catalogs from the Native Plant Trust, which I'm a member of, and some advice from the commission and other things. What I intend to do is clear out some small areas. It's getting a little late this year, and plant some samples from that and see what sort of thrives and what's good there. And it's that happens sort of restore it with just a mix of grasses and shrubs and trees. They're from those catalogs that are on the official list of native species.
I mean, part of it is you got to pick ones that'll work in a wetland.
I'm sorry?
You partly need to find ones that will specifically, not just native, but are designed for wetlands. Yeah.
And it's an interesting little mix of land. Some of it stays pretty dry, and some of it, stuff, inundation, a little garden in the back there, which was underwater for about 4 days. And it's all dying. I have a couple of tail plants that were 10 feet away and a foot higher, and they're thriving. So they were some roots for 3 days. So I figured this a year or two of trial and error. This is what really works out back there.
So my thoughts were to just, I was happy to hear that you want to do it mechanically. I'd prefer not to see, I don't want to see a chemical removal. So my conditions that I would recommend would be that there be no final change in elevation, that the elevation remains the same regardless of what you do out there. Native species utilized only, and you just submit a list to us as you move along of what's working, and we can go from there. And then that the area can't be maintained. It needs to remain natural. So there's no grass, no mowing, no maintenance back there. That once you get the vegetation established, that it would just do its thing. You could continue to remove phragmites. You'll need to do that for years, probably. It's hard to get rid of. But to not actively maintain out there, like no, mowing a lawn or putting a path in or anything like that.
That's my goal. I don't want to do anything under false pretenses or anything, but when you dig it up, it spreads and grows back. So I figured that even if I have native grasses growing, that there may be a couple of years mowing involved just to keep the phragmites down. Otherwise, you have to dig everything up, and so lose the stuff that I plant as well. But other than that, I agree with that 100%.
So maybe we could condition, periodic updates about what you're up to back there, just so that we are on board. Okay. Does anybody else on the commission have any comments? Does anyone from the public? Can you please come up to the microphone and say your name before you speak?
My name's Bob Gilbert. I'm kind of directly affected to White Way. I'm directly affected with Mark Simpson. I'd say red maple, some of the stuff back there would be great. I don't know how you're going to do anything without fill. It's a good 2 feet lower than our back
So I guess,
I mean, for red maples or some of this stuff, it would be great. I wouldn't have a problem with it.
well, I guess the other option is we could condition, provide us with before pictures, and then we could have a baseline for what the elevation is, and then we could make sure that it doesn't change. I mean, I'm not opposed to compost or other material coming in to help the plants grow, because initially they're gonna need that if you're gonna take out the Phragmites roots. But I think the most important thing is maintaining the same elevation, so you don't end up flooded or anybody else ends up with unintentional flooding.
Yeah.
So I guess that was my intent with that.
Okay, well,
I have no problem with that. I'm not gonna bring in any material of any kind other than.
You may have to a little bit to supplement. Yeah. You don't think so?
No, I don't think I wanna do anything that requires, because if I fill in that, it just removes the water back up in my yard as well. So
Right. Yeah.
I do not tend to bring in any fill material of any kind.
I think if you dig out the roots of Phragmites, you're gonna be left with holes that you may have to level. Do they? Okay. Well, then there you go.
what about no lawn, right? Because I saw you plant it, I talked with you, and there was always a little bit of a lawn and garden.
Well, it's changed. I have a garden. I don't want any more garden or lawn net than I have now. Okay. Not towards my new ground, but I don't want a bigger lawn. I want to get rid of the Phragmites and have some native grasses and shrubs in there.
If anything, removing the fill may end up lowering the elevation a little bit, because it's, taking up space that a plant wouldn't, and plants provide, they suck up water in a way that fill doesn't, so it may actually end up helping to stabilize the issue a little bit.
This, my wife Susan, back in the flooding, it was March 2018, I think, when we had just a continual nor'easter the whole month. She's got a video from our deck in the back. I mean, it was a river of water between
Yeah.
the houses. I mean, it really was.
Yeah, that whole area is low.
So, I mean, if that's gotta go someplace down there, so.
Phragmites actually raises the elevation of the wetlands over time, so.
Well, it's a privacy issue for us. I love the Phragmites. They look great right now. It's been a privacy thing the whole time we've lived there. It's one of the reasons we bought the house.
Yeah.
So I'm a Phragmites fan.
I mean, I think this is a project that falls under ecological restoration. It's removing invasives, it's taking out fill, it's, stabilizing the area. And I think overall, it'll probably reduce some of the water that's sitting there, because if you plant wetland plants, they're gonna suck it right up. So I don't think it's gonna fix anything, but it won't make it worse. Yeah. Okay, anybody else have any comments, questions? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, do I hear a motion to issue a negative determination with the aforementioned conditions?
So moved.
Thank you, Henry. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye? Aye. Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, I will send you the paperwork, and once you get it, you are good to go. Okay, thank you, guys. Okay, number 2, the continued notice of intent for 92 Wilson Road, DEP file number 0470590, installation of a riprap tow protection along the existing seawall on a coastal beach. Hey, Libby. Sorry, I'm taking up a lot of space. You're fine.
When you guys vote, I can't, you need to raise your hand or something, because I can't see who's speaking from my end, okay?
Do we have any paperwork for this? 92, are we doing 92?
Yes. So this was on the agenda last month, and we didn't have any concerns that I recall. We were just waiting for the DEP file number, which they have now issued. And they didn't have any comments or conditions.
Did we get it? We gave it to you last time.
So I didn't have it to give again. That's okay. That's fine.
For the record, my name is Elizabeth Wallace, Hayes Engineering. We are before you with a project for riprap placement at the toe of the existing seawall. It's shown here. We have a tidal water mark just beyond the proposed riprap. Riprap along the entire seawall and to fill a sinkhole further above the seawall. Thank you. That's much better instead of me yelling like that. Yes, the DEP has issued a DEP number without comment so much so far as I know.
Anyone on the commission have any questions or concerns? This is the one that they weren't sure how they were going to access it because of the power lines. They may have to come from the beach. So my recommendations would be no washout on the beach, which is our standard. And then if beach access is required, that they coordinate with the Conservation Commission in advance. Does anyone else have any thing? Do you vaguely remember? It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's not the Parrot Road wall,
No,
no, it's further down.
yeah. Yeah. Okay, does anyone from the public have any comment? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, can I hear a motion to issue an order of conditions for 92 Wilson Road with the two conditions that were mentioned?
I so move.
Thank you, Eden. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, next on the agenda is the continued notice of intent for 65 Bass Point Road, DEP file number 0470589, construction of an addition and buffer zone and a deflector cap on the existing seawall in Coastal Bank.
For the record, my name is Elizabeth Wallace, Hayes Engineering. We are before you with a proposal for an addition and to add a seawall deflector cap with handrail. You heard this at the last hearing. Since then, we have added a note specifying that a handrail be placed on top of the deflector cap. And we added a photograph showing a sample of what we would like to put down. That is the very same design as the adjacent apartment complex. So the intent is to have this seawall match the adjacent one.
Does anybody have any questions or concerns about this one? Again, I think we hashed everything out last time.
I just had one question. I noticed it stops before it gets under your house. What do you do about that?
That's the next, they're next.
Oh, it's your net, I'm sorry. Sorry about
We'll do that
Sorry,
next.
Jody.
Okay, does anyone from the public have any questions, comments, concerns? Okay. Again, I think no washout on the beach, and I'd like to see an erosion control, just down gradient of the addition work, because I think there might be, like scuppers in the seawall, and I don't want anything to wash down and go through the seawall. So if we could just have an erosion control line. Yeah. Just kind of like around the bottom of the addition where stuff would likely to migrate.
That makes sense, yes.
Okay. All right. Can I hear a motion to issue an order for the project with the 2 conditions?
I'll move.
Thank you, Mark. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously, 700. Thank you. Are you doing the next one too? Or is, okay, you're gonna do it. Okay. Thank you, Libby. Oh, shoot, I should have put that one in order, I'm sorry. Number 4, notice of intent for 65A Bass Point Road, DEP file number 0470591, construction of a deflector cap on the existing seawall in Coastal Bank. Hi.
Hi, good evening.
You just state your name before you begin, please.
My name is Jody Gural, 65A Bass Point Road. I have filed a notice of intent the Bass Point Apartments are 2 properties to the west of mine. The project that was just presented is at 65 Bass Point Road, immediately adjacent to us. The Bass Point Apartments in early 1990s, after the no-name storm, built a deflector cap on top of their existing concrete seawall. As Libby explained, 65 Bass Point Road wants to do the same thing, which then mine is lower, so I want to match the next 2 seawalls to the west of me. Also included in the project is putting wire mesh on the face of the seawall and adding shotcrete. So that is the proposal, but I also want to add a maintenance provision to be able to maintain the wall so that, you know, every 4 years I don't have to come back to the Conservation Commission. I had appeared last June, a month ago, and asked if I needed an order of conditions to do pointing of the masonry wall. I was told I was not. So going forward, I hope the shotcrete and the mesh works. I hope the seawall, you know, it doesn't break down or fracture by waves, but it's a 106+ years old wall that has been maintained simply by repointing the wall. So I'm asking for a provision to allow that going forward without having to come back every 5 years.
So your order of conditions will be good for 3 years. The order of conditions will be good for 3 years.
I have a hearing disability, I'm sorry.
So the order of conditions will be good for 3 years.
I still can't.
3 years is how long the permit will be good for.
3
3?
years.
And then after that, you can get an extension.
After that, what?
You can request an extension, or if the work is very minor,
What-
you can do it.
What I would prefer is an acknowledgement that maintenance has no impact and it does not even require, let's call it a request for determination
Yep.
made now that ordinary maintenance, doesn't require an order of conditions.
So I think you need to, when you're ready to do that, I think you need to come and talk about it with us before you do it. Want to come up here? You can come up here. So I think what you need to do is you need to talk to us when you're ready to do it, to see, because I'm uncomfortable, and not that I don't trust you, but I'm uncomfortable giving carte blanche to just fix things, because some people get a little carried away, and they sometimes,
You could word it however you want, repointing,
Yeah.
minor, you know, whatever, but that's what I'm asking.
okay.
Well, DCR gave us a maintenance plan,
Yeah,
which is way more complex than this would be.
yeah.
But some sort of a maintenance plan could,
But they come and renew it.
right.
So John Sabrino did it the first time, he came in and repointed it, and that's the type of thing I'm looking for.
I mean, I guess I'm just hesitant. I'm not opposed, but one person's description of minor repointing is another person's major redo. It just leaves the door open to abuse. Not that you would, but people do, and it happens. Or the next owner abuses it.
Well, it would it follow,
It would follow the property.
it would follow the property.
Yeah. Let me think about it.
He worded what he wanted, so.
Hey,
I know,
let
I just
me,
gotta
let
think
me
about
ask it a
Yeah.
different way.
Yeah.
Does repointing of a stone and masonry seawall require an order of conditions?
It depends how extensive it is. It depends how extensive. If it's a major job,
As I said, the wall's 106 or more years old.
yeah.
What has been done for 106 years is
Right.
Yeah.
just repointing, putting, you know, fixing the wall.
Yeah. What do you think? I think there's a lot of people who've done things in town for a long time. It doesn't mean they should have been doing them.
I mean, it's, you know, a negative determination is a pretty simple thing
I
to,
agree. I don't think that's a big deal.
And it's every 3 years.
Or you could just, every 3 years, come and ask for an extension.
well, I mean, you wouldn't be pointing the wall every year.
No. I hope not, but if,
So, I mean, if you had to come to us every 3 years, then, I mean, does DEP allow us to do that?
there is no environmental impact to this wall for the last 106 years.
We don't know that for
So
sure.
I see no reason to have to come and ask permission to do something that has been done for over 100 years with absolutely no environmental impact.
I mean, I agree, but I think the problem is that if the next time you went out there and did this, if you drew a complaint from a neighbor, you don't really have any paperwork, isn't that right?
Yeah. I mean, I think the problem is we've been burned on this, is we've given people permission to do that, and then they've extended their wall, and they've expanded their wall, and they've made changes, and well, you said we could do things, and we're like, not true. You know what I mean?
Extending anything.
I know.
Putting concrete in between stones.
But a future owner of your property may not come at it with the same philosophy. Someone else may say they might want to do more, and we would have given them carte blanche.
Put it in the order of conditions.
I don't think DEP would let us do that,
No.
would they?
No. Okay, why don't we do this? I mean, unless anybody else in the commission, I don't have any concerns with your project as proposed.
No.
So I don't have any problem with the proposal you have in front of us. So why don't we approve that, and I will look into whether or not we can have a continuing condition for you. I'll contact DEP and see if we can do that.
But the proposal asks for the maintenance for.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not promising you we can do that, but I will check with DEP to see if we can. Is that fair?
Well, as I said.
I don't want them to appeal it.
That becomes complicated. I think the better way to do it is that in terms request for determination
Yep.
that ordinary maintenance on a masonry and stone wall does not require an order of conditions.
No, that's true, and that's normally how we treat it.
So,
But what's happened is the public process has occurred. So we've,
okay,
But you could file a request for determination,
yeah.
all right,
which is less complicated.
maybe after everything is done, if we can't do it this time around, I'll come around, I'll draft up some maintenance plan, present the plan, ask for a request for determination. If the request for determination is, no, this is fine, you don't have to come back, then I have something in writing that I don't have to come back.
But that would also only be good for 3 years. A determination's valid for 3 years.
So, request for determination,
It cannot be extended.
if Fred might grow back again in 3 years, he has to come back here?
Yeah. I know, it's ridiculous.
DEP.
There are some cases where it just doesn't make sense. I agree, I don't. But we can't make decisions that, if we say yes and DEP says no, then you're in worse shape. So I think it's better if we just check with them and see what they say, and then we can go from there. I don't want them to appeal you, because that's gonna make your life hard.
And Jody can progress with this if we
Oh,
vote on this
absolutely.
positive.
You can do your project now. Well, I mean, assuming we vote for it.
Yeah.
You can do your project now, and then we'll figure it out.
The maintenance portion.
The maintenance part. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so, do I hear, so no washout on the beach. I think that's it. Do I hear a motion to issue an order of conditions for 65A Bass Point Road?
I move.
Thank you,
I second.
thank you.
But do we have to,
We need to check and see if
well,
it's
no,
okay.
no. Well, I mean, it's got 3 parts, which is the maintenance is part 3.
We can't.
No, I know that.
We're
So,
gonna
do
approve-
we have to say we're approving the first 2?
Okay, we're approving the plan as proposed, based on the plan. And then I have to
But
check
not
about
the
the
future
other two.
maintenance.
Yeah,
The plan of the new deflector cap
Yes.
and the seawall face reinforcement.
yes, thank you.
We're saying yes to parts 1 and 2. I'm just trying to make it clear that what we're approving is what you want, except for the maintenance.
Okay, could you put in there that repointing does not require an order of conditions for the next 3 years?
For the next 3 years, but you have to notify us first.
Yeah, this is what he wanted to do.
So in other words,
Yeah.
from today out 3 years, any repointing does not require an order of conditions.
If you notify us first.
I'm sorry?
If you notify us before you do it. We'll have that
We could make that a condition. Yeah.
until 2024. Yeah, yep,
He has that in here, so we
Yep.
just have to say for 3 years. So his clause says that anyway, so,
Okay.
except you say that in your request, so we say yes for 3 years.
for 3 years, with notification.
Yeah, which is in that request.
Yep,
so,
that's
yeah.
fine. Is everybody comfortable with that? Okay. Okay, all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Number 5, notice of intent, 32 Mayolas Road. Construction of a retaining wall and fencing in coastal bank and buffer zone.
For the record, my name is Elizabeth Wallace, Hayes Engineering. We're before you with an after-the-fact proposal for constructing decorative retaining walls along the property lines in the buffer zone to a coastal bank. There's also proposed grading happening on the left side and a little bit on the right side. This work has already started, and the proponents are looking to complete that work because it's frankly a mess out there, and they want to get it done, stabilize it, and have that vegetated so there's no runoff or sedimentation. The purpose of this grading is to reduce the slope so that it's not as likely to erode from the rain, and make it easier to go down that slope for the owner. The purple line here is the 100-foot buffer. It's about halfway up into the lot. The blue line here is high water here. Pardon me, that's the coastal bank. And as you can see, the left-hand wall goes right to the coastal bank, not into the coastal bank, but right up to it. The footing is already in. They are ready to put the blocks on. This is a block wall, a stepped block wall, and it will go all the way up the property line, make the turn, come across the property line to the driveway, start again at the other side of the driveway, turn, and return to the coastal bank. We are proposing a wattle right along the work zone so that nothing washes away. There's already wattles down there. We'll just improve that when the work starts up again.
So this is a project that they had gotten a building permit, but the building department missed that they needed a conservation permit. So I went out there and they asked them to stop, and they were willing to do that. They realized they made a mistake, and then, so that was about a month ago. It's quite a while ago. My concern is that the footing is pretty much on the coastal bank. I mean, the bottom of the wall is on the coastal bank already, and it's shown on your plan on or beyond the coastal bank, and that's a little bit concerning to me. Maybe I don't know if it's the scale of the plan, but kind of the west corner, your erosion control line is below the coastal bank line, and I don't know if that's a function of a mistake on the plan or if we're gaining a little extra space there. I'm worried about erosion. And I think that the toe of the wall needs to be pulled further up gradient and then that be replanted, is my concern. Because it's right at the bottom. And I'm worried about the stability of the bank there going forward. And it's a big wall.
And are you bringing in material because you wanted to change the grade, is that correct?
Yes. This is a steep slope, and the proponent wants to lessen the slope in here so it's easier to walk along the lawn. We are willing to back up the wall if need be. The footing is in, so that would have to be buried,
Yeah.
and covered, but the proponent is willing to shorten it if need be.
Okay.
And how much material are you going to bring in, roughly? To change the grade?
I believe the material's already on site.
There's a lot of, yeah.
So how many feet up is it coming?
So was it
Two.
excavation from the trench? Is that the material you're using?
Yes, yeah, as much as possible. So yeah, the grade is 1 to 2 feet.
So the number at 26, Mayolas, isn't changing anything on his side. It's just 32. So the neighbor to the west is not changing anything, right? His side's going to stay the same.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, he's got his own work that he's doing, and
Yeah.
the commission has approved,
Right.
but, no,
Okay.
I don't believe there's any change.
Okay.
And the 2 big trees are being preserved with a tree well.
Okay.
What's going to be the, looking at the project as it's gone, it would appear that they probably cut the roots off most of the trees along the property line, and that's going to actually increase erosion, even with the wall. I mean, it's going to dump more water down either their side or the neighbor's side. On both sides of the property, it would, it just looks like they've ignored the tree roots. Sorry, I didn't mean in front of the speaker here. I mean, both sides, they've just dug all those trenches right along the edges of trees, so all those trees are going to probably die, whether they're on the owner's property or the other guy's property. And I don't know what they're going to do about that, because that's actually going to increase runoff and everything else down into the, down over the coastal bank.
Well, that's an interesting point, because they're putting tree wells in for these, but they have large, I mean, if they're that big of trees, they have a large root system, which was probably cut by installation of the footings for the wall.
I mean, they started at the very top. It goes all the way up to Mayolas Road. They've probably killed all the trees.
Yeah.
It's the tree wells. The tree well. On the property.
That's what it's now.
Those are the tree wells.
My name is Edward Sarkeesian. I'm the general contractor and the neighbor at 26 Mayolas Road. The trees that were left at the wall are in good shape. We took a great care to make sure that the roots weren't damaged. There is a plan to add additional bushes and trees along the entire wall on both sides when that's completed. As you go towards the street, the wall grade lessens, so there isn't such a larger wall that's being built out, and it's essentially blends in with the grade at the front of the property, as well as other retainer walls that have been built around my side of the house as well.
I mean, I guess I don't understand how you can cut trenches that close to a bunch of trees and expect them to live, particularly the big trees at the top of the property. I'm not sure whether they're on your property or the other property, but the wall's just cut right along the edge of all those trees.
Right, but the foundation was laid out over the roots. The roots were not damaged when we dug the trench. The whole point was to preserve those 2 large trees that are there.
Now, I understand the two.
The other trees that were there, they were just bushes. So we were planning to replant the rest of them when the project was finished. There was no way around to even access, majority of this work if it wasn't the time frame that was going on where, my house renovation is happening already, and my backyard is essentially being an access point to the entire wall. So for Val, my neighbor, to be able to access and do that type of construction was impossible unless it was accessed through my property. So the plan was to retain as much privacy as we can after this wall was completed, but the goal of the wall was, 1, for the drainage, and 2 is really just to make sure that there wasn't such a huge slope, because the problem is, them walking when it rains or snows, it was a much higher grade, and I guess when my property was built, somehow this was designed in that way, and for them it's more of a tripping hazard than it is for looks, but I think it'll be much safer for them to travel. The issue here is the materials have been ordered, the building permit has been issued, and let's say we all missed that, there had to be certain things, essentially followed, but, we are certainly happy to conform to, bring the wall back, especially, where you're mentioning that it's coming out too far. That's certainly not, not our intention, but we'd like to, have a decision made because we've been essentially sitting with holes in the ground for almost a month and a half. And we'd like to close it and put it as well back together. This is why we hired Libby and her firm to make sure that, all the paperwork is filed and, as much information is given to you guys as well.
So are you gonna seed or hydroseed the part that's, you're bringing in to,
On his side,
Yeah.
on his side, it will be all grass, yes. It'll be all seeded, there'll be bushes as well.
Okay.
On my side, there will be additional trees that will be planted along the side as well, just to provide more privacy on my side. 'Cause, I'll be looking at the wall for many, many years, so I'd like to put more greenery there as well. The whole plan was to make that whole wall with bushes and trees and replant everything once the construction was done.
okay. So, personally, I would like them to pull back on both sides. I don't know exactly how far, maybe we can meet out there and talk about what makes sense. I'm not trying to make you pull way back, but you're like right on the edge right now, and that makes me a little uncomfortable. And they're right on the top of the bank.
From the coastal bank.
Yeah, pull back from the coastal bank. And I don't know if that's 4 feet, I don't know.
Right, so Anthony, who was working on the plan and visited the site, couldn't meet you in person because something came up. He was going to meet at the previous meeting, that was last week. And my understanding, and Libby can correct me if I'm wrong, that the wall where it started, it is not on the coastal bank. It is in the buffer zone still. So, we can certainly have him speak to you guys again on that behalf, but my understanding that it was not in the coastal bank, it was within the buffer zone. But in any case, we are able to scale it back a little bit just so that we can appease, everybody in the commission and
Okay.
move forward, as quickly as possible.
Okay. I personally would like to see that. When I was out there, I felt that it was right on the edge, and the plan shows that it's on or past, and sometimes that's just the scale that plans are drawn. It's hard to show things. So I think maybe we'd just meet out there and agree on something. So the conditions that I would like to see would be pull back the wall, keep the erosion controls installed until grass is growing and that section is stabilized, just so there's no runoff if we get a big storm like we've been having. And then to replant or stabilize the top of the bank, depending on what it looks like after you pull the wall back a little bit.
Okay.
How do you folks feel about those conditions? Does anybody from the public wish to speak about this? Okay. Then can I hear a motion to issue an order of conditions with the aforementioned conditions? Thank you, Eden. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Okay, it passes unanimously. Okay, so we'll set something up to meet out there, or engineer, whoever you want me to meet, and we'll figure out what a reasonable distance is, and then you guys can update the plan, and then I'll issue the order of conditions. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, number 6 on the agenda, a request for determination of applicability for 12 Spouting Horn Road, construction of an addition within buffer zone to coastal bank. Hi, would you like to come and speak about this?
Spouting Horn.
Yeah, please, thank you.
So basically, the project involves interior renovations. The project that we're tonight is, we have an existing deck that is elevated, so it's a two-floor home. The project is to have, in addition, replace the underside of that deck. So essentially, the footings are now, the foundation of that first floor, and the raised deck is, a deck sitting on that first floor, so essentially a lower deck.
Get closer to the mic, please.
Or you can try the stand-up one, works.
Is that better?
Closer to your mouth,
To this one?
either one.
Okay. There we go. Sorry about that.
So the plan shows a retaining wall that's down. Have you been out there to take a look?
I'm sorry?
Have you been out to take a look at the site?
Yeah, I've been to the site,
Yeah.
yes.
So there shows a retaining wall further down that has a bunch of catch basins. Why are there catch basins there? Do you know where that's coming from?
Is that you're referring to the wall that's like down the cliff? Yeah. That I don't know. I haven't been actually down.
Okay. It's a little odd. I thought it was a little odd for catch basins to be down there because where's that coming from? A catch basin, maybe they're outlets, outfalls.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay.
So you've obviously been to the site, right?
Yeah, I went today.
So, okay, great. So, it goes back a little bit, then drops like straight.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the bottom. I don't have any info on that, to be honest.
Okay, that's okay. I was just curious. So did anybody go out there?
I just stood on the lawn next to
I did
it.
too. So it's pretty close. I mean, I don't know. I think the top of bank is much higher than what's on the plan, personally. I don't think the plan is right, and I questioned the engineer about it, and they told me I was wrong. But I think the top of coastal bank is at like elevation 40, or maybe 38. So there isn't very much, maybe 20 feet between where the addition will be and where the top of the coastal bank is. It's not going to expand beyond the existing deck limit. So that'll be the limit when the work is done.
Correct. So essentially, what's now deck footings will become foundation wall.
Okay. Is it going to have a basement?
No.
So just
It'll be
a slab?
slab on grade, yeah. So it's going to be a walkout lower. Their rooms walking out, yes.
Okay.
With no basement, no bulkhead, nothing under there.
Okay.
Do you know if the owners have thought about what happens when there's a little more erosion and they lose another 2 feet of bank?
Yeah. I don't think they have.
That I don't know.
Well, I would like to attach the condition that, under the 310 CMR 10.35, you can attach a condition that requires no coastal engineering structure such as a bulkhead, revetment, or seawall be permitted on an eroding bank at any time in the future to protect this. I feel like if they're going to be that close, then they're taking the chance of losing it.
I'm not sure they even know about it. They're not here tonight, unfortunately, to answer that question.
So sorry, what was the question?
Well, I mean, it's the question, my question was, did the owners realize that their bank will probably be a couple feet closer before long with the typical erosion that close to the bank? Other people are trying to get permission to move their houses back, add the walls and everything else, and they're adding building 20 feet from the edge of a very steep bank, which looks like it's eroded in the past.
Yeah, I don't want to.
I know you can't answer it, that's what's, so Kristen's saying we can put conditions in that say, okay, folks, don't come to us for a new wall.
Yeah. Colleen,
There's really just 1.4 feet between the top of the coastal bank and the 100-year flooding area, 27 feet. So if, I put my glasses on so I can zone in, and there's only 1.4 feet. So if you come so close to the edge of the coastal bank, exactly what Mark is saying is you risk, if that falls away, you don't have any footing. Deck footing is one thing, but if you're going to put foundation, you really don't have very much room, 1.4 feet.
Okay, 1.4 feet from the 100-foot flood level, is that what you said?
The difference between the 100-foot coastal flood zone and the top of the coastal bank is only 1.4 feet. 100-year flood elevation, 27 per FEMA flood firm.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the coastal bank and you follow it out, it's 28.4. So that means between 27 and 28.4 is 1.4 feet.
Colleen, I think you're right on this plan. I think their top of coastal bank is wrong. And I told them this, and they disagree. I think it's 10 feet higher, but still, eventually.
Well, if it's 1.4 feet,
It's
it's
coming.
really,
Yeah.
I mean, there's What I think I would recommend you do is you look at NOAA's, it's a plan for the city of Boston for where when the tides rise over the next 20, 30 years, you can usually dial, and you can dial in year by year by year where the water is going to be. And if it's going to be lapping at your foundation, you just might want to review that with the owners.
Right, sure.
I mean, I know the owners aren't from town, so maybe they don't, let's see, 40 feet.
I see your lumber's out there, so you're ready to go. Oh,
Slower.
no, I know you haven't built anything, I just saw it got delivered.
I would say, I would ask them to clarify the coastal bank. If we think it's wrong, it needs to be clarified. Because we're
No.
making a decision based on where we think the coastal bank is.
Yeah. I mean, I questioned them about it when they gave me the plan. So it's 20 feet from the edge of where the addition is to the top of Coastal Bank, and it's a sheer drop. I questioned them when they gave me the plan, but like I hadn't gone to see it yet, and they said, no, that's it. And I think it's because there's kind of a seawall and riprap there, so that's why they called it that. But in my opinion, that's not the top of Coastal Bank.
You think it's where?
I think it's at elevation 38.
So should we make a decision about making this a site visit?
So this is the blue.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just show it. Yeah, I mean, we can do a site visit if you guys want to. Yeah. Yeah, we can take a quick look. I think this is the newest one. Was it revised June 10th?
And some of this has to do with whether you're going to build on ledge or whether it's really sand and sediment. And I don't have a good feel for that.
It's all ledge down there,
It is all ledge.
on the beach.
Have you done any exploratory work to see if what you're gonna have to do to be able to build a foundation? Because it has to be, what, 4 feet down? So what if it's ledge? What are you gonna do? Pin it? What do you guys think?
Is there a construction detail of any sort?
This was the only thing that they gave us.
This plan?
Yeah.
So there's really no...
Do you have additional details in your plans? Yeah.
This doesn't really even define the work.
Yeah.
I mean, it does if you...
Yeah, do you mind bringing them up so we can take a quick peek? Well, it just shows the outlines. So it'll be a first floor basement walkout. That's what it really says. Okay, that's the one we have. It's just bigger. Plan oriented than I am.
It says new slab. Is this part?
So it's above 5 feet, so the house is already, the house isn't straight at the back.
So it's this little,
So it's this part, and then it's like less depth of an addition, but all in the same plane, this way the existing house goes like this.
So it doesn't show where the coastal bank is there?
well, he has the bigger version of it.
Yeah, that's actually too big, that's this one.
What we have in this one. So I mean, it drops off. It might be elevation of 38, let's say, just shy of its line. So like down here. It's maybe 20 feet from the edge of the deck to the drop off. And then this is, ledge. I mean, the house next to it is not nearly as close. It's quite a bit further back.
So this is the limit of work right here? This?
Correct. So where this is existing deck. That's being taken over.
So is there a cross-section of the proposed construction? Or just those sections there?
So these 4 pages are like the structural details drawings. The architectural stuff.
So the footing, those are the footings that are underground, is that correct?
Yes. And then, I mean, they're spanned over a couple pages.
So does it get, okay, so how deep is that?
So that's a 4 foot footing, not for basement or crawl space, just for the frost wall.
And so is that all, that's a wall?
I guess, to be right.
Yes, so
meet
all that
code.
would have to be for the footings 4 feet down, correct? Which is also what the deck footing should be.
Right, so, but they're right against the coastal bank, is what the issue is.
20 feet, yeah,
Or less.
or less.
10 feet or less, we're not sure, that's what the site, I think
Well,
that
the
site is.
stamp plan, so.
Well, yeah, that is. This, I mean, it says a wetland scientist did it. I don't know. I don't know what year this house was built. I mean, if it's new enough, it isn't protected by the Wetlands Protection Act if they do have erosion. I knew you were going to ask me that. I can't remember off the top of my head. I can't remember.
I don't know if I have it.
Okay, so we have a couple options. We can have a site visit, or we can issue a negative or a positive determination. When I looked, I told them to file an RDA because they told me the coastal bank was way down. I don't agree. I mean, it's pretty close.
I mean, the coastal bank is pretty unstable there already.
Yeah. Okay. Do we want to have a site visit?
I think so. Do we want to
We can.
tell them RDA isn't enough, or do you think?
Or we can give them a positive determination and they need to file an order.
1972.
Thank you. I doubt the house is that old. 1972? It's okay.
If the designer were to certify that the stability of the bank isn't in question, then, I mean, we're really talking about an engineering issue here.
Yeah. But I'm hesitant to, I don't think a determination of applicability is the right vehicle for that? What if something happens? Why don't we do a site visit?
I didn't catch.
Why don't we do a site visit? Site visit? Go look?
Again, the echoes, I can't see. Yeah, okay, so, sure.
What do you guys think? Okay.
Site visit.
Okay.
It is, the echoes here are really bad.
We have too many unknowns.
Then do I hear a motion? So we're gonna go take a look, so we're all comfortable with it before we make a decision, okay? And I'll contact you guys and we can set something up, okay? All right. You can survey it, but you can't start. You can't start.
That was built in 78,
I would have an engineer there
almost a whole acre.
to make sure. Yeah, please. Okay, do I hear a motion to continue this to the next meeting? I move. Thank you.
I second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we will set up a site visit. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is an enforcement order for 4 White Way. It was issued for unpermitted construction of a driveway and landscaping within land subject to coastal storm flowage. I had received a call that there was work
That's my vote.
in floodplain without a permit, and so I went down there and I talked to the property owners and asked them to stop and told them I was going to issue an enforcement order because they didn't have a conservation or a building permit. And so what we need to do is vote to essentially ratify the enforcement order. I signed it on behalf of the commission. So I would like to vote to ratify it.
I'll move.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So next on the agenda is the notice of intent for 4 White Way, an after-the-fact application for installation of a driveway and landscaping within land subject to coastal storm flowage. Would you like to come and tell us about your project?
Dave from 4 White Way. So I purchased this property last August and didn't realize there was a huge flooding issue there. So to the point is, when we get out of our car, we can't get in our house without going through maybe 3-4 inches of water and tracking mud into our house. So we replaced the existing driveway with asphalt. It was broken and fallen apart already. And the existing walkway, we made into a U shape, so that way we can access our front door, because water just settles there for days, within, any time it rains. So I sent over photos showing, the water. I mean, there's neighbors here that can, vouch for it. It's really bad. So I have little kids that I need to get out of the car. I have a 1-year-old. And, it's very hard in the nighttime going through a couple inches of water every time you want to leave your house or get into the house.
So I think sometimes maybe you don't understand that in lowlands, the more asphalt that you put down, the more you displace the water, the worse your flooding gets. So that's one of the reasons we ask people to come before the Conservation Commission, because some of the mitigation would include pavers.
Yeah.
So you could have pavers where the water can find ground.
There is a mixture of pavers on there as well. So it's not just all asphalt, it's bordered with pavers, and there's an apron with cobblestone as well. So this way, the U shape, before it was just settling, the brim, there's a asphalt brim in front of the house, the water would just sit there and there's no place for it to go. It would just sit till it, eventually absorbs. But this way, we actually can't get into our house. So it's just a drive in and a drive out. That, it just makes it a lot easier to access, my front door.
So if you guys look at the last page of the application, I put a picture that he had submitted, so you can see what it looks like now with his car parked in the driveway and all the flooding.
Mm-hmm.
So from the existing square footage, we added, I believe it was 691 additional square feet of asphalt.
In the previous picture is what it looked like before.
From previous, we added 691 square feet.
So we got DEP comments today, and DEP's comment was that you guys need to submit a plan, a plot plan showing the work. And so how this works is we can't issue a permit until DEP releases a file number. If DEP doesn't feel like you've given them everything they need, then they won't let us move forward. So we're gonna need a plot plan that shows the driveway, the new driveway, the old driveway, the deck, where the deck's gonna be, the shed. I know the building department gave you a permit for the shed, but
So
you should have gotten one from us
I
also.
applied for a permit, and I paid for it. They approved it, and it
I
was
know.
under the square footage, so they actually refunded me the money.
Oh, they did?
So, I did what, I came in and I asked for information from, here, and they refunded me back the money. I paid and I came and I told them what I was doing.
I'm not blaming you for the shed, I'm just saying, we have a problem with the building department not always catching things. We
Yeah.
had another just now that they didn't catch it, and so that's not your fault. I'm just saying that now, since you're having a plot plan done, let's just show it so we can cover everything at once and you can be okayed for everything.
Okay, so another question, would I have to go through the whole process again? Or once I get the plot plan, do I just submit it to you guys?
Yeah, we'll just continue this until you have the plot plan, and then we can move forward when we have the plot plan.
So when I purchased the property, I did have a plot plan because I was planning to do an addition.
Yeah,
And I did have the plot plan drawn up for, with this crazy times. I
Yep.
called the same surveyor and he's out like 8 weeks.
who's the surveyor?
Reeds.
Yeah,
So he's not even answering his phone anymore.
yeah.
So it's pretty much next to impossible to get anyone here. I made 4 phone calls today. I had the earliest I can get another plot plan was 6 weeks out, and that's if I got lucky.
Yeah.
So
Are you still planning to do an addition, or no?
not right now. It's just the cost of building right now is just insane.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna hold off for a few years.
Okay.
But I did, when I purchased the house, I had, all these plans, like, everyone else, right? And I didn't get to it. It was just too expensive to do at the time. But I do have that plot plan, if that helps. I don't know. I mean, that was done last year.
Because I do remember you submitted a dig safe in March
Yeah,
for like an addition and French drains, I think.
yeah, because we wanted to do some landscaping, like planting some shrubs and all of that. And I didn't want to start digging and hit something.
Yeah.
So, I just made the call as a free service, so I'm like, hey, might as well use it. Better safe than sorry, right? So, that's what I did. So, but, as for the addition, that's not happening anytime soon. But I do have the plot plan that shows the addition.
Okay.
And the deck that I'm proposing, it's attaching to the existing deck right now, that's already there, and just running to the end of the house. So it's not going back any further, it's just running to the end of the house that's currently there.
Will DEP accept the plot plan as the plan?
Yeah, if it shows the driveway on it, but it doesn't. He said, because the driveway's already built,
I understand that,
so
but
they need, the surveyor needs to
doesn't
put
the
it on.
plot plan have to have this new driveway transposed on it?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, so you'll have to actually take the existing condition and put it on the plot plan
Okay.
for DEP, I think, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, if it was buffer zone, we would have a little more flexibility, but because it's in a floodplain, we can't do that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, like, the best I can do, just me meet a homeowner, I go to the building department, or I come in here and I ask for information, and what they tell me is what I go by. So now that I didn't know, like, anything you do in front of the house now, or anything exterior, you need, permission. So it was all new to me. This is the first time owning a house in a flood zone. So, but, as I've been doing, every time I planted some shrubs, I sent you photos and I told you what I was doing, so,
Just like the fence.
Yep,
I mean,
yep.
we're reasonable, but that's an area that already has flooding. We already have issues. That's the concern
And
here.
I'm at the lowest point on the street, so the person who owned the property before never touched it. So everything washed out, so everything gets settled. Because there's a drain at the end of my driveway. When high tide comes, everything backs up. And there's a huge issue. Like, last year I was in about a foot of water in front of my house.
I guess the problem is, we historically have not allowed new paved driveways in floodplain. We've allowed pavers or gravel. So if you go along Willow Road, for example, there's no new driveways that are paved. If you go along Flash Road, there's no new driveways that are paved. So we don't typically allow paved driveways. And so that is, if we chatted first, we could have,
Yeah, to be honest, I
You know?
didn't know. I didn't know. As I said, I pulled the permit for the fence. I thought that was considered hardscaping. You know, from what I do for work, I thought it was considered hardscaping, otherwise I would have pulled it.
yeah.
I'm the guy that pulled a permit to put in hardwood floors. So, you know, I'm on it. So I come in here and I ask questions before I do anything. So that was my fault on that one. But, you know, going forward, I've been proactive with you, letting you know
Yeah.
what I'm doing, when I'm doing it, and sending photos.
I mean, you can do landscaping. What you can't do is change the elevation. Because when the water's not on your property, it's on somebody else's property, or it's in the road. And so that's the problem, is you can't push your water issue onto somebody else. And so you're not the only one with that problem, and I do feel for you guys, like it's tight, it's tough. There's a lot of parts of town that there's just
Yeah.
nowhere for it to go.
But on my street, I am at the lowest point, so everything from everyone else, like, if it rains, like, you know, for a half hour, like outside now, with the existing driveway, I couldn't, you know, I'll be trekking mud into my house, walking up the stairs with mud every time. So it was kind of impossible, and then, you know, it stays there for days until it dries up, because the ground is wet. It just stays there.
This one here.
I did notice, and I actually brought it up to the town, that on your permits, the standard building permit, there's a place in here that says, are you in a flood zone?
Pretty sure that's
What is the number, and say yes or no. And
And you can leave it blank.
you can leave it blank, nobody notices that you're in a flood zone, but it's there. It's easy to find out whether you are, because it's on the town GIS system. Yours
Not just you, lots of people.
You're not the only one, but I'm just saying, I've suggested to the town that they fix that and make it, you know, like half the things you fill out, if you don't put an answer in, you can't
Yeah.
submit the document.
No, I understand. The
and-
same thing with the deck. I submitted the deck plans about a month and a half ago, and I wasn't getting a response. So then I told her, I said, hey, I'm applying for the deck, just to let you know. Here, you know, I dropped the plans off, I think 4 times to town hall.
And we're not blaming the building department, however, when you told me, that was the first time I was told
Yeah.
about a deck. So it's tough because it's part-time staff and we're volunteers, and so sometimes people get their wires crossed.
No, I understand.
you
It's
know?
just, you know, at this time, you know, this age, especially now with COVID, just to get anything done, it's months.
Yeah.
Just to get somebody to come and do anything in your property, it's months. So, I understand.
So, that being the case, we cannot issue a permit tonight, even if we want to, because DEP hasn't given us a file number. So we need to continue this. So my recommendation would be, we continue to the next meeting, you get a surveyor on board, whenever that is,
Okay.
we'll revisit it. I mean, you already have your driveway, so, you know, that's what it is for now. You're just gonna have to wait on your deck, unfortunately. Okay, so we'll just keep continuing it, so you don't have to pay to re-advertise or anything, and then whenever you're ready, you just send it to me, and then we can talk about it at the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. So, can I hear a motion to continue this to the next meeting?
I move.
Thank you,
A second.
thank you. All in favor? Aye? Okay. Okay, next up on the agenda is a resident complaint regarding 2 White Way, unpermitted hardscape and landscape work within land subject to coastal storm flowage. So we received a complaint that 2 White Way had done some work at some point, and they hadn't pulled a conservation permit. Can 2 White Way, would you mind coming up and telling us what you did out there?
Yes, we had that work done last June with Bruce Tarney. And he used a transit level, but he didn't change the grade.
Okay, what did you guys have done? What did you have done?
June 2020,
Yeah.
13 months ago.
What work, what did Bruce do for you?
Well, there was a big dip in the middle of it's just all the water. We had a bad March there in 2018, and all the water in the front lawn just collected in the middle,
Yeah,
and it was just all weeds. So basically, he redistributed it.
so he brought in fill to level it, or?
I don't think there was a lot of fill, no. He redistributed what was there.
And when they took up the lawn, he just brought in enough fill to bring it up to where it was before he planted the seed.
Okay, was that all you did?
Pardon?
What else, is that all you did? Did you do anything else?
We had some old
toxic.
Yep.
And so we put pavers along the driveway where the railroad ties were, and we had a sick tree taken down that the neighbors we tried for years to preserve it, and there was just no preservation. We had that taken down, and we replaced it with a few other, but we had some overgrown rhododendrons and clippings that were 40 years old that were disruptive to getting in and out of the driveway. We had those replaced with a smaller shrubbery.
Okay. The landscape beds around the house, are those new?
Pardon?
The landscape beds around the house, are they new? The landscape beds?
It was strictly the front yard. It didn't affect
Are these new, or was this old? This is Google Maps.
This is the old one.
It's old, so it doesn't look like that anymore.
No, this tree was very sick. It looks pretty bumpy there. It was very sick.
What about these? Was that no changes?
That's been there for a number of years, and
Okay.
that was replaced probably 15, 20 years ago because there were a lot of railroad ties there.
Okay.
The house was originally raised off its foundation, and when it was raised, they built a planter around 3/4 of the house so that it would protect against flooding.
Okay.
But when we took the railroad ties down, we couldn't replace it with more railroad ties because it's just, they're full of trees.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so that's not new.
Okay. Thank you.
And everything we learned about permitting, we learned this year, otherwise we would have applied for a permit before.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns?
Property, if there's anything that's out of compliance, we'll definitely take care of it.
Okay. I mean, I don't think anything rises to the point of having to file. I mean, it's replacing one surface with another.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any thoughts?
They have an ordinance in Gloucester that if you remove any tree, you have to get a permit for it, but we don't have such an ordinance,
Nope. We don't.
so we can't fault anybody for taking down a tree that they believe to be sick or
Right.
blocking their view or whatever else. We don't have any jurisdiction over whether people take down trees.
Okay. Well, why don't we do this? I will swing by and take a look at some point, and then if we have any additional concerns, we can talk about them at the next meeting. Does that sound fair? Yep. Okay. I'll shoot you guys an email. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is number 10, request for certificate of compliance for 430 Nahant Road, 0470528. It's a request to close out the permit for seawater intake emergency repairs. Does anybody wish to speak to this application, this request? 66 Willow. Hi.
Bob Lambert, Northeastern University.
All right. So you want to just give us a quick rundown?
Yes, the seawater repairs.
Yep.
So 2016, we did the emergency seawater repairs. So we're looking to do the certificate of closeout now. Certificate of compliance for the 2016 emergency seawater repairs. So the work was completed in 2016, and we're just going back now to close out the certificate of compliance.
Okay. Does anybody from the commission have any questions, concerns, thoughts on this?
I just wondered, was that, this looks like one drawing that actually shows 4 intake pipes on the drawing, which we haven't been able to get anywhere else. But the repairs didn't entail taking out the old pipes when you did the repair.
So when they did this, there was discussion of, should we take out the pipes now, should we not? Because it was supposed to be as part of the previous order, and it got missed somehow. And so I actually told them, let's wait, because let's not do extra disturbance if you're planning to do something else, and I don't want to muddy the waters. So it's my fault that they're still there. I mean, originally it wasn't my fault, but now it's my fault. They're still
It's
there.
interesting that they're on here, but they're not on the existing conditions maps.
Just to clarify too, the original order was the emergency repair that's outlined in the drawings. And it was left open for 5 years just so we didn't need to keep coming back every time we performed a set of emergency orders, but the time has come to close that, so that's why we're here.
Any other questions or concerns? Anybody from the public? Yes. You state your name before you speak, please.
Diane Monteith, 20 Seabreeze Lane. I was just curious, does that involve any time you have to clean out the biofouling process? Does that require? Those are existing pipes.
I don't think it does.
No, it does not.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, can I hear a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for DEP file number 0470528?
I move.
Thank you. Is
I
there-
second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Excuse me. Passes unanimously. Number 11, request for certificate of compliance, 430 Nahant Road, 0470529. Request to close out the permit for the Shoreline Protection Project. Do you want to, can we do the same? Give us a quick overview.
So this order, Diane was shorter than me. This order was specifically for the work that was done in 2016 related to the Canoe Beach work that was washed away. So as it stands right now, there's a portion of the project that remains and obviously a portion of the project that was washed away. So we will not be either removing the portion that remains or continuing to work on the portion that was washed away. So effectively, any work related to that order is complete, and no additional work will be completed.
May I ask who wrote the narrative for this certificate of compliance?
I did.
You did. It's a little revisionist and interesting because you weren't involved at the time, right? Yeah. So one of the project history points, you provide 3, but in fact there were 4. And the 4th one is the intent of the project was to provide increased protection of the developed portion of the site from coastal flooding. This developed area includes driveways, buildings, above ground and below ground utilities, electric, natural gas, sewer, and water at the end of Nahant Road, a public road, and the public access to Lodge Park. So I guess I feel like leaving that off that's still an important access for you guys. Your utilities that serve the site that you just upgraded are in that. I feel like it's a little disingenuous to say, yeah, it's no big deal, we're just gonna step away from this, but you've left one of the most important, the access to your site vulnerable. And on the next page, you say that Northeastern met with representatives from CZM and the Nahant Conservation Commission who acknowledged that the sacrificial dune approach was not appropriate in such a high-velocity zone. That didn't occur. I guess I'm just a little concerned because you also say that you never agreed to do any additional work, but in fact, I believe you talked to a coastal firm and went after a FEMA grant. I mean, this is an important road. I understand that you're trying to separate what happened from what you're trying to do now, but it's disingenuous to say, it's fine, this is no big deal, but this is the entrance to your site. It's your utilities. If that road goes out, your site goes out, and so do your utilities, which provide electricity for your specimens and your research. So why are we just gonna walk away and not do anything additional for this?
So we've elected to protect our utilities through other means, and as it relates to this specific project, like you said, we're trying to separate what had happened versus what will happen. This is just talking about what had happened, and no additional work will be completed against that order of conditions.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed by this, to be honest with you, because I don't think it's true, a lot of it, and I think it's disingenuous, but
There's also a statement, the goals of the original project will be achieved through other means. And you don't specify what any of those other means are. You know, the peer reviewers repeatedly stated that so many things that Northeastern proposes are unsubstantiated. To actually come before this committee with a statement that says the goals of the original project will be achieved through other means and leave it open-ended is insulting.
Again, we mean no insult. We're just trying to close out a project that had happened in the past, and no work will be completed against that order of conditions moving forward.
A project that failed, the man-made dune failed and put at risk, and you're going to propose in another project, I think 1.7 acres of additional parking lots in direct sight of where this failure occurred. So you have like an open hit to your parking lots to contribute to flooding.
So what's the other manner by which your utilities are going to be protected?
We're addressing that in our current project here by encasing the utilities in concrete.
So you're going to dig up the road that you've dug up 1,000 times in the last few years and encase them in concrete and just,
We're also reducing our reliance on some of those utilities by making a net zero building and supporting our infrastructure through other means.
So what about some of the, you put up the ropes, and some of them, the concrete footings are exposed. I mean, I feel like it's a little bit of a, we're just going to leave this and move on kind of situation, but it's still part of your property, and it still needs to be maintained, and for safety of your students and the public. So what do you guys, what's your plan as far as that is concerned? I mean, it seems it would be unfortunate to have them removed, but I also think that the exposed concrete footings are concerning. Is there going to be any maintenance over there at all, or are you just going to walk away from that and move on to what's next?
We're happy to meet with the commission and determine an appropriate plan moving forward if that's a condition you'd like to add to the certificate.
Well, you've still got the erosion where your students and instructors walk down the bank to get out to get to the tide pools. That's still a problem, whether it's not part of CSI or anything else. I mean, some of these other aspects of the erosion still could have been completed as a project.
I also think this picture is a very good picture, because in sight of where the man-made dune failed is the trailer that I sat at the very meeting 14 years ago when we were told that that was a temporary trailer and it would be removed. And it still sits there. So why are we closing out projects that you don't finish?
We're trying to remove those trailers.
In another 15 years?
Well, actually, that's the project that's in front of you tonight.
So I guess we have two options. I asked that they submit these to close out existing orders, because I don't like a file that's not closed out. And then I read the description and was kind of put off. But it's good record keeping, it's good bookkeeping to close things out. They've made pretty clear they intend to do no additional work, so it doesn't behoove us to keep it open. It's expired anyway. So what would you guys like to do?
The comment.
Oh, hi, sorry, yeah.
Christian Bauda, 3 Swallow Cave Road. It's my understanding Northeastern owns Canoe Beach, or at least they have claim over Canoe Beach. If their intent is just to abandon any sort of revetment or protection of the beach, it also undermines the parking lot, which serves the public in a very serious way. And do they not have some responsibility or obligation to maintain the section of the beach which would threaten the public's access to that area through public property? Thank you.
It's an interesting point. Yeah? can speak.
Dave Lurie, Counsel for the Nahant Preservation Trust. I didn't intend to come tonight to comment on the certificate of compliance. I didn't actually know it was on the agenda. I do plan on commenting on the CSI proposal, but one key aspect of that, which I will be mentioning when I have that opportunity, is the effect on Canoe Beach and the interrelationship between that and the CSI project. And I wanted to remind you that when the Secretary of Environmental Affairs issued a certificate on the final EIR for the CSI project, she emphasized in multiple emphatic ways the importance of preserving Canoe Beach, of pursuing a plan that would address the issues of erosion and flooding in that area, with multiple mentions of the extreme risk of flooding over Nahant Road and into the area of the parking lot where the CSI is proposed to be built. So I do think that it's important to address it in the context of the CSI project. Thank you.
I mean, I will say that encasing the utilities protects your utilities, which is great, but it doesn't protect the access road, which provides access both to our park and to your proposed project. I mean, I don't know what your responsibility is to the town if you own, I don't know. That's outside of our purview. I mean, certainly I would think the town would want you to protect, somehow I'm sure you need to protect our access. I don't know how that works. But there's nothing else they can do under this. It's expired anyway. I think we've certainly expressed our displeasure. I'm sure it's noted. So I don't see any value in keeping it open.
It's a good record of unfinished projects that have caused damage.
Yeah.
And to call it nourishment of the beach is, again, insulting. It's not nourishing the beach. Anything they did didn't nourish the beach. And the trailer that's left there doesn't nourish the beach, and it prevents vegetation and habitat and all the things that we've been reporting on.
And if we close it out, does that get them, let them off the hook for maintaining the project?
They have no, they did the project. They have no further responsibility to it. Part of it was a bad design and part of it was bad luck.
Right.
So eventually the ocean was going to eat it up anyway, right? That's what happens. They knew that was going to happen eventually because their plan was to have to maintain it over time. So it just happened sooner than they thought.
But it speaks to the fact that if you look at the fear letter, which you sent out again today, and if you pick that apart, there's approximately 350 trips a day from the 175 cars and all of the things that were submitted. That speaks to what one of the lobstermen brought up in the past, was that little roadway, which is the access point to everything they want to do, is very fragile. So to ramp up your trampling in that very region when it wasn't supported just speaks to what people are concerned about down the road.
I mean, quite frankly, I'm more concerned about 40 steps, that revetment with the increased traffic, and it's already failing, and the construction traffic. I mean, it's going to have to be addressed before they start construction.
Would it be appropriate to ask them to rewrite this request and put in goal number 4 and make the thing at least an honest statement of the facts?
I mean, we can. I think it's noted in the record here. It's recorded twice and on TV.
So I'm actually pleased that they wrote things such as the man-made dune was not appropriate in such a high-velocity zone.
Well, I think they said that we admitted that, but that's not. It wasn't our design. When you hire somebody who doesn't do coastal work, you don't always have a good outcome. It's unfortunate. Okay, what do you guys want to do? We can leave it open? We're talking about the certificate of compliance for Canoe Beach. Is this relevant to that? If it's not, then you need to hold your comment, please.
Willow Road. The coastal dune,
Yeah.
okay, that's there, and the dune is gonna be under serious situation if they're gonna be running trucks through that north portal, and the entire beach is gonna be in jeopardy. And Canoe Beach, I don't know if you're gonna talk about Dive Beach, which is on the other side of that portal, which is in serious disrepair from environmental, from storms, and it's eroding right now. And if they're going to bring 100 construction trucks through there continuously,
Yeah.
There's some serious issues on that whole coastline. Canoe Beach, that
40 steps.
that man-made dune's going to be in serious disrepair, and if they go through that portal into Dive Beach, they're going to be it's going to be a mess there. So I think the commission needs to take serious regard with this whole operation up there at Canoe Beach and into Dive Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, what do you guys want to do? Doesn't matter. We can leave it open forever. I just don't like to do that.
Well, do they need to substantiate the phrase "by other means"? They seem to imply, in doing this retrospectively, that they have other means prepared for stabilizing that area, and they don't describe what those are. We require specifics from townspeople over and over again, and yet we don't get any specifics here.
Yeah. I mean, I think he told us what they were going to do.
Well, then, we should just say, we can make a motion to enter it into the record that the project completed and failed and is recorded as such. That's it.
That's fine.
And then when we have a record of multiple failures, then that's important going forward.
Isn't it possible to continue this and research what our rights are as a town to see if we can take further action? You've made some strong points about the report. They're not going to do anything. We would like them to do something. We don't know, maybe you do know what our rights are. I'm feeling that we should go further.
So this is an odd situation because it's private property. However, the dune protects a public access.
It does.
So I don't know what the town's responsibility, what NU's responsibility is for the town. I don't know that it's relevant. At this point, there's nothing they can do. The order's expired. They'd have to come back and do something else. So at this point, there's no further action that can be taken on this in particular. Is it wrong for them to just walk away and not do anything? Yeah, but it's their property, and if the town, I mean, I guess the town has to wait for there to be a problem probably before.
We can take action. I mean, I have photographs of the damage that's done from Canoe Beach as storm overflow that directly affects our parking.
Yeah.
And so, okay, that would be something that we would get the town to take action on separately.
I think it's a separate issue.
Jeff Mussman, 15 Tri-Mountain Road. I don't know whether you can impose anything future on Northeastern doing something at that point, but I think about this in kind of lay terms. They're asking you to issue a certificate of compliance. That suggests that they have complied with what it was that they had applied for initially. And from what this conversation seems to suggest is that they have not. So I don't understand, notwithstanding your desire to close the file, why you would issue a certificate of compliance.
So maybe a certificate of compliance is a misnomer a little bit. I mean, one of the other options on here is that the time has lapsed and therefore it's not valid and the work was never started. They haven't complied in that manner either. I mean, we could leave it open forever if we choose to do so. It doesn't matter to me. It just, the problem is we've ended up with 4 or 5 open things at a time, and we can't just keep giving permission to do things and never finish anything, you know?
I mean, and I guess in a couple cases, we've said we don't want to give somebody a new one unless unless we've signed off on the old one.
Is that a rule under the Wetlands Protection Act? No. That is how I like to run projects. There's no value in us doing it. We can table it and just say it was denied and move forward with other stuff. That's okay too. If we want to do that as a statement, that's okay.
I have one question. When Northeastern states that they'll achieve their goals through different means, does that mean that Northeastern won't be revisiting the importation of outside materials?
Under this particular order of conditions, no.
No, in the future. You're going to do it with future methods or means.
Again, we're here to just talk about the work that was completed in the past.
Typical.
So when this was done, I remember beforehand, we all met there to talk about it. And at the time, you had the landscaper was mowing the dune, which we obviously pointed out was a problem. And to this day, you still have your students cross over that dune. And, you know, I've seen at times, you know, 20 or 30 students cross the dune. Can we ask them to change how they, you know, to somehow have this comply somewhat, to respect the dune, the little part of the dune that exists? Can we ask you to do more to it than just walk over it, maybe come up with a different access? Because right now, the public goes on one side of those stone barriers, and would it be too much to ask your students to walk down the driveway and then all cross in just one common location and try and protect some of the dune? Because it seems like nothing is being done to protect the little that is left.
I think that's an important point, and you see that across dunes all over the state, so I think that's something that we could definitely work with you on.
Just speak up, please.
I think that's an important point, and you see that for dunes all over the state on both public and private property, so I think that's something we can definitely work with you on.
But we definitely talked about this when this project happened, and you're still walking across it today.
And the mowing.
I know that it's failed, but you guys aren't helping it any in the aftermath of that storm. That's my perspective. I mean, I was disappointed the day that we met. There was no dune person there. That person, I guess, was out that day. It was really disappointing to watch what you guys had planned on doing. And I know it was somewhat ironic that a storm came literally within a month of when you supposedly finished it. But even after that, you didn't replant. And replanting isn't asking much. You know, it's kind of short money. So you haven't really respected the work that you had done that you said would protect that beach. That's my perspective, and it's just disappointing. Like, obviously, we're all disappointed for different reasons, but this was the simplest thing, asking people not to walk across the dune. And your point that it happens all over the state, you guys are a university. You guys know how important it is. The typical person that walks down to Lynn Beach and walks across the dune, they just don't know the effects of it. Your teachers and students should know the effects of it, yet they're walking right across the dune. I don't know daily, but I've seen it a lot. So it's just sad that even when something fails, and you could do a small thing to help what failed, you're not even doing that. But that's, so I wish we could hold them somewhat accountable, or just get them to change what they're doing short term.
So you make a good point, and I forgot about that, because before the project, you could tell where they did that, and you can still tell, you can still pick it out. And we specifically talked about not mowing that anymore, which would discourage people from walking through there. So perhaps what we can do is work out something, and if you continue to do it, we'll issue an enforcement order because you're degrading the dune. I mean, that's our other option. That's a degradation of a resource area. you know, and so maybe we can talk about it and work something out, and if it continues to be an issue, we'll have to issue enforcement orders and we can start finding them.
So could we do a continuation and talk about that, and maybe some more rope fencing or something like that, and then close this out in a meeting or two?
Would you be amenable to that we talk about some ways to be better, and then perhaps we can close this out at a future meeting? It certainly doesn't hold up whatever else you're doing, because we can't legally hold you up on anything else. This was just you being agreeable.
Council. Nathan Hart with Goulston and Stores Council with Northeastern. And the only point, just sort of, recognizing that you had mentioned earlier, the order's expired.
Right.
Maybe there are some conditions that we could work on, but separate from, between now and coming back in August, there would be no change to the fact that we can't actually do work under the
Right.
order. So,
Right.
Sort of thinking in terms of housekeeping, that can get resolved and absolutely can work on, as you're talking about, it would be similar to getting a decision on an order and then working on conditions.
I think, the vibe I'm getting from the commission is you guys haven't been amazing partners on some of this stuff, and you're still having issues that we've talked about. So I think maybe it would make the commission feel better to work out those issues first and then issue the certificate, have an understanding, and then issue a certificate. We can vote on your other stuff tonight regardless, right? It doesn't matter. This is housekeeping that I asked you to do. It doesn't hold up anything else. And if we choose to hold it, it doesn't affect you. So, it doesn't affect, in the grand scheme, your other projects, right? We could decline to issue this forever. It doesn't matter.
Right.
So I guess it would make the commission probably feel better if we could come to some kind of agreement. It's education, right? Kids are idiots and they walk wherever they want. It's the shortest path, right? So it's just some education, working with them. It's no big deal.
But we could
environmental
revisit.
science students.
They're still stupid. I was an environmental science student.
We could revisit the replanting. A couple of citizens in this town, you drive by a successful planting effort on Short Beach every day, and you can see the very simple way they constructed and replanted, and by hand, a couple of citizens by hand planted all of that. And you've made no efforts in that direction. So that's a very simple condition we could put in, that we expect there to be some replanting.
So another option would be to have a condition of some dune grass planting on one of these applications, maybe the CSI building, as a mitigation option. It's part of the property, it's in our jurisdiction, you're already before us. We can't add anything to this,
I understand.
unfortunately.
I
I
agree.
would like to, but we can't legally.
You could ask them to rewrite it so it's not so that it's telling the truth.
We could condition our
But it
approval
speaks-
with something.
It speaks to when you do something incorrectly and you fail, that you try to right a wrong, or you try to mitigate that very fragile beach area that you are in very short order want to use for all your trucks, and really trample on it for a long period of time without having supported it.
I think Kristen sort of brought up this idea of having reasonable conditions that we need to live with, and that route is different than saying, let's continue for something that won't be different a month from now. So, to the extent that the condition, thinking about reasonable conditions so that we can behave.
I don't think we can add conditions to a certificate of compliance that weren't in the original order. They'd have to be attached to other projects.
Understood, because we can't do work under this because it's closed up. It's expired.
Okay.
But thinking about.
But you'd be comfortable with perhaps attaching them to something else? Like, let's not walk over the dune. There's no reason, that doesn't affect your project. It just is some education for kids, and it's in perpetuity, and then we have you agreed to it. I don't know why. It doesn't cost anything. It's just.
I think as we get into the conversation about CSI, we are talking about what are reasonable conditions.
I would like to support what Attorney Musman suggested, which is that we don't agree that there was compliance,
I
period.
fully agree with that.
There was no compliance. We can all agree that that's the state of affairs, that they did not comply with what they applied for, period.
Well,
Close
they-
it and move on. It's expired.
They did briefly, and then a storm came, and that was the end of that. So it's kind of an odd situation. I mean, we can do two things. We can decline to issue the certificate. It can sit open forever. Or we can issue a certificate. I would say let's put this at the end of the agenda after we get them to agree to some other things in a different section, and then issue it. You know, get them to agree to, you know, they seem to be reasonably amenable to some conditions of that nature, and we can apply that to one of these other
To agree on that.
applications. I don't care. It can sit forever. It doesn't matter to me. But we can't attach conditions to that.
But they could rewrite it.
All we can state
They
is
could
whether or
rewrite
not,
this request and state in there were 4 goals, which there were in the original. There's no reason why that shouldn't be in here. There were 4 goals, not 3. And to be good people, we're doing this to stop the kids from walking across the beach. They could resubmit this with the truth.
we granted
Could do it next week.
We
next month.
granted a certificate of compliance for the emergency seawater repairs.
Right.
I think we should not grant a certificate of compliance for shoreline protection.
Okay.
That did not happen,
I agree.
period.
Okay. What do you,
We have evidence in
I don't have a
pictures and in words that this failed. You did not provide shoreline protection. And in my opinion, you're continuing not to provide shoreline protection by letting students trample over the dunes with their diving equipment, by not reseeding or replanting the area that was originally supposed to nourish the beach. So we don't grant a
Okay.
certificate of compliance.
So
That
why
would be
don't-
my motion.
why don't we do this? In order to not grant it, we have to have a motion to issue it and a second, and then we vote, and it passes or fails. That's how you don't issue it. Yeah.
I just want to voice, I'm hesitant about any conditions related to Canoe Beach being attached to the. I'm hesitant about any conditions related to Canoe Beach being attached to the other NOIs that are not related to Canoe Beach. Right?
Okay.
That's what we're talking about essentially right now, is attaching conditions related to Canoe Beach
To the CSI.
to the CSI.
It would be like, don't walk over the dune, don't trample the dune. Is that not a fair, stop mowing it like we told you to 4 years ago? Are those unfair conditions?
I think if there is an issue that we're violating, walking over the dune, that's certainly something we can fix, right? I hesitate to go down this road of what ends up being attached.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
that's
our
not
other
your
issue-
decision what road to go down. That's the commission's decision what road to go
Fine,
down.
I'm just voicing my opinion. And just to be clear, right, as Kristen said, it was completed as approved, and it just happened to wash away, right? So it wasn't that it wasn't in compliance, it was at a time. As approved, the work was fully completed. It's just that the work is no longer there, it washed away.
And was it really,
Were all the conditions complied with?
and was it really fully
Rocks were
planted?
never removed from along the drive, or the roadway.
Are they supposed to be?
That was part of the condition.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Do you mind repeating yourself?
Okay, so, all right, so you don't want conditions on the other thing, that's fine. The other option is we issue an enforcement order over and over and over if you're gonna keep doing that, and then you pay fines. It's a stupid thing to pay fines on. I know it's not a lot of money, but it's good practice at a coastal sustainability institute to not have your students walk over a dune. We shouldn't have to tell you that.
I'm not arguing for fixing the issue, right? I don't think
Yeah.
we're coming to an enforcement order. Yeah, I'm just hesitant about attaching it
Okay.
to that.
I'm gonna make a motion to deny.
Madam Chair. Thank you. My name is Jeffrey Blake. I'm here from KP Law. From what I understand and from what I'm hearing, their application is woefully inaccurate, revisionist, as you've pointed out. So it would be appropriate, certainly for this commission, to deny their request as written, and they could certainly refile with a more accurate description, because as everybody's pointed out, that will be the record. And while we certainly have us here on video 10, 15 years down the road, we may not, and the only thing that will be in there is that particular record. And as you've pointed out, it is inaccurate and revisionist.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So we could, somebody needs to motion, and that we would vote to deny it based on its inaccuracies, and they could come back and revise it if they choose to do so, to more accurately depict what actually occurred.
I move.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so now, the vote would be to approve. So if you don't want to approve, you would vote against. Just so we're clear.
If we don't want to approve to
If
close
you don't
this
want to
out.
issue the certificate of compliance, you would vote against.
Okay.
Just so we're clear. Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? Okay, so if you would like to do so, you could revise the application and come back at the next meeting. Okay. Can we take a very short break? Very short? Okay, sorry. Thank you.
There is the possibility.
Be like, I can't believe you guys did
I think they should outsource it to a, like, So it wasn't really. his
Restart,
fault. But
please.
He was wearing hearing aids since the age of 46. But that's what happened to Mark's father, for sure.
Okay, so
Thank
what's
you.
the next order of things?
Very bright.
Okay, next on the agenda is number 12, the continued notice of intent, 430 Nahant Road, 0470580, construction of a new building on the existing bunker and 2 new parking areas and associated appurtenances.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. As you know, we're here after several hearings on this matter. In the June hearing, last month, we closed by identifying 3 items for the CSI project. And those have been provided to the peer reviewer and to the commission. Those items were an integrated pest management plan, a tree count of trees that would be removed as part of the project, and response to the Hardyman Design Group comments. The tree count was actually part of the Hardyman Design comments. So with regard to that, we received a letter dated July 26th. All those materials were submitted to the peer reviewer and to the Conservation Commission. With that, we received a response to comments from the Hardyman Design Group dated July 27. And just to briefly identify that in that letter, the majority of items were commented as complete to their satisfaction, closed out, etc., or adequately addressed. I want to identify 2 items in their comments from the 27th. Item number 26, which is regarding a stormwater garden that would potentially hold water after storms and after rain events. The comment was regarding the depth of ponding and a potential safety hazard. The university would propose as part of their O&M plan for maintenance folks to place a barrier around the stormwater garden when it's full of water to identify it as, do not enter. When it's dried out, then that barrier will be removed to address the safety issue. That garden is sized for the 100-year rainfall event, which means a 1% chance in any given year. So with most storms, it's not going to fill up. But when it is, I think that measure would address the safety concerns that the peer reviewer raised. The other item is tree count. There were 3 trees identified within the 100-foot buffer zone to BVW that would be removed. A total of 36 trees within the 100-foot buffer zone to land subject to coastal storm flowage, 36 trees. The landscaping plan shows over 200 trees to be planted as part of the landscaping for the project, and 3,000 shrubs. The peer reviewer also identified in here to provide final record plans and reports, prior to the start of construction. So I think it would be appropriate at that time with the final landscaping plan within the 100-foot buffer zones to identify those trees and shrubs that will be planted within the 100-foot buffer zone of LSCSF. There are a few other comments in here about details that are really construction details that can be addressed in those final plans that would be submitted once the project gets to final design and construction stage. So with that, in terms of the 3 items that were left in June, the comments to the Hardyman Design Group have been responded to, the IPM was submitted, and the tree number of trees to be removed was identified.
What's the number of trees out of that number you gave us that will be planted in buffer zone or land subject to coastal storm flowage?
Is that the?
That's the total number?
What we would do is for the final landscaping plan, to then count the final number of trees of that 200 that are within the buffer zone.
Where are you on the landscape plan? Is it complete? or-
It's in design development stage, so it's not stamped, it's not final, but it's, it's approaching that stage.
Okay. And in the nearly final version, you don't know how many are in our jurisdiction? Ballpark, what percentage is in our jurisdiction versus up?
I'm going to be honest, I can't tell you a percentage.
Okay.
But a good number of them are within buffer zones because they are around, facilities to provide screening.
Okay. Okay. Have you guys filed for site plan review?
The plans were submitted to the town, yes. The site plan review is not required. I refer to David, but the plans were submitted for review.
Okay. And when is the hearing on that? Do you know?
Hi, David Linhart with Goulston and Stores. And
Speak up, please.
David Linhart with Goulston and Stores. And we've submitted our site plan review application under section 9.09A. So it's the limited site plan review for, to look at educational purpose. And we'll coordinate with the chair, planning board to schedule that.
When did you submit? Today?
Yes, we did.
Right under the gun. Okay, so our bylaw actually requires you to have that in hand, finalized, approved by the board. That's one of the things we're allowed to wait to have completed before we move forward. The Wetlands Protection Act does not require that, but the bylaw does.
But it's the site plan. It's different to look at approvals versus something like the site plan review, which is it's just not a discretionary approval. It's conditions on something that already is allowed.
So what if the conditions conflict with something that we approve?
Well, I'm just going off of. I mean,
No,
there's
that's a
sort
quick
of
question.
there's fair question, but there's a difference between the discretionary approvals, which understood that's where that discrepancy can happen. Something gets approved, but it's not allowed somewhere else. And it's another thing to say that the use is allowed, so the conditions have to be, harmonized. That's fair enough, but it's not a discretionary approval.
So, would you, sir? Sorry. Yeah, please. Yeah, do you mind? Can you go to a mic? Go ahead. Thank you. State your name first, please.
I was in the middle of a sentence. Daniel Berman, 44 Spring Road, Chairman of the Nahant Planning Board. I'm not sure what the concept of discretionary site plan review is. We have a bylaw, zoning bylaw 9.09 Cap A, that gives the planning board the responsibility to review the site plan, and the bylaw directs that the review is limited to two basic issues. Second one is whether and to what extent there ought to be normal type of limitations imposed, dimensional limitations, structural, height, weight, things like that. First one is to determine whether or not the Dover Amendment actually applies to the proposal. And we intend to look at both of these issues. I imagine that means that if we determine that the Dover Amendment doesn't apply, that site plan review under 909A is not the right thing to do, and they'll have to come back and talk about something else. But we'll review that, and
So what if you
expect we'll have some
determined,
discussions about that.
what if you determined that their parking calculations were inaccurate and they needed more parking than they?
Sorry, I can't hear you well.
What if you determined that their, for example, parking calculations were inaccurate and they needed to increase the size of their parking fields? Is that your jurisdiction?
Yes, that would be in order. That would be in order for us to put a condition out on the
Okay.
type, location, parking, yes.
So that's the kind of thing that would therefore affect us,
Could be,
because
yes.
the, you know,
But
rolls downhill to us.
Unfortunately, in terms of your bylaw suggesting you should wait for us, our bylaw suggesting we
You
should wait for you.
us, yeah. It's typical.
From whatever the filing date is determined to be, and the planning board, of course, has not seen this yet. We have 60 days to act, and we need to get approvals from various other boards, including the Conservation Commission, in order for us to complete our review.
Okay.
And we have 30 days from the day that we get you a copy, 35 days from the day we get you a copy until we need a response from you. And if we don't get it, we have to deem your approval for purposes of our review. So we have this interactive.
So is it that we have to have a permit issued, or we have to opine on the application?
Well, I think opining on the application is the idea, but I guess if you're not prepared to do that, and we're not prepared to give a final approval for you, we'll just have to act on whatever guidance we can give each other.
Okay.
I think.
All right, thank you.
If it's appropriate to respond quickly, just because, understood the application went in today. As it's being described, there's this interaction, not necessarily that one waits for the other. We're sort of mentioned earlier about harmonizing conditions. That all makes sense. One thing that's worth noting that we discussed in our application, those two areas of inquiry, whether the use qualifies for Dover protection, and then what are the reasonable zoning, dimensional parking requirements that would be applied. Although the use is educational purpose, so however that might, if the planning board wants to look at that, that's okay. But we're actually not looking for any break on the underlying zoning. The whole approach to the design was to design consistent with underlying zoning, so that we're not actually trying to get the benefit of Dover to get a break on anything.
So aside from the natural resource district, you don't want any?
No, even including that, because in the use table, educational purpose, it's allowed. So and then just the thing to add to that, I know that there are different views on that. Others might say, well, we want to look more closely at it, but for what it's worth, that's where we do have to submit a building permit application, and that's a forum where it goes through or it doesn't go through. I only say it that way, not that we've designed it to be consistent, but I just sort of acknowledging that there is that oversight, to see if we are actually complying with the underlying zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeffrey Blake. I'm not quite sure why everybody gets up in public to a microphone and starts whispering. I have a very hard time hearing over there, and I hope nobody has a hard time hearing me. I've listened to the arguments from Northeastern. I want to make a couple of points. Number one, I think we've been telling them for a long time that they need to file this site plan review application. And it wasn't until on the eve of what is going to be the last hearing, from what I understand, because they will not agree to another continuance. I don't agree necessarily with his interpretation of the Wetland Protection Act, that only applies to discretionary permits. Building permits, in some instances, aren't discretionary, and I think your wetland protection bylaw would apply to that. So to the extent that you were swayed by his argument, there's certainly a counter-argument, and I believe that he should have had it in hand, and certainly should have brought it up long before now. They've been well aware of this requirement. My office has made them aware of it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Does anybody else on the commission have any questions, comments, concerns?
They seem to mention that a lot of documents have been delivered. I don't remember seeing them, so whether they got lost somewhere between the documents, you mentioned a bunch of stuff that has arrived in the last week or two and gone to the peer reviewers, and has it been submitted to us, or somehow we didn't get links to the files or whatever? I mean, integrated pest management, for example, I have not seen that?
Everything was submitted to the Conservation Commission via email, to the Conservation Commission.
Louder, please.
Everything was submitted to the Conservation Commission via email, to the Conservation Commission address.
So it was provided on July 16th, and then I went on vacation. So when we would have met 4 days later, 5 days later. So it's my fault, but I wasn't here to provide it. I apologize.
You're forgiven.
Peer review it got it because they were copied on it. So that's how they were able to review it.
Correct, and everything at that concurrently went to the peer reviewer, and they have provided their written response dated yesterday.
Which we haven't seen, so.
Yeah.
There's a little conflict when the stuff, the day before, and you think we should end it today. I don't see how we do that without reading all this stuff. Maybe you can hand out copies, we'll read it now.
Pardon me?
Could you hand out some copies, we'll read it now.
It was submitted on the 16th. We did not bring extra copies tonight for people to review tonight.
But the peer review letter we got yesterday.
And the peer reviewer did have it for a couple of weeks to review and has commented on it.
All right, so I guess I feel like there's still some outstanding issues that we haven't really addressed. I know in one of the previous meetings, we asked for the calculations of how you arrived at the size of the parking lots. I don't think we've, based on the zoning. And you told us to go look at the zoning, and that's not really our responsibility.
In terms of the sizing of the parking lots, the sizing, I understand it was conforming with the zoning requirements.
But how do we know that? Because you told us, or because you showed us the breakdown? I mean, I guess the problem is we're doing a lot of work in, more than 5,000 square feet of work in buffer zone to land subject to coastal storm flowage, and combined with land subject to coastal storm flowage is considered an adverse impact. I haven't really seen a lot of effort to minimize, and you haven't really justified why it needs to be where it's at, and so I guess I feel like we aren't there yet on.
Well, and I think we may have a difference of opinion on the rules and regulations relative to the land subject to coastal storm flowage in 5,000 square feet.
I think we do, yeah.
The regulations, if I may read it into the record.
Please do.
The regulations in section 2 definitions defines land subject to coastal storm flowage as defined in the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act regulations 310 CMR 1004 means land subject to any inundation caused by coastal storms up to and including that caused by the 100-year storm, surge of record, or storm of record, whichever is greater.
Mm-hmm.
That's that's the standard definition.
Yep.
Section 5 of the regulations, land subject to coastal storm flowage. In the preamble, it discusses land subject to coastal storm flowage, which is the 100-year floodplain. It further goes on to reiterate that land subject to coastal storm flowage extends from mean low water.
Speak up a little bit louder, please.
Land subject to coastal storm flowage extends from mean low water to the calculated extent of a 100-year storm, surge of record, or storm of record, whichever is greater. Subsection B, presumption, where a project involves filling, dredging, or altering land subject to coastal storm flowage, LSCSF. And then it continues. In the next paragraph, if the following activities, when combined, alter a total of 5,000 or more square feet in LSCSF, with the exception of the construction of a single-family home, they shall be presumed to have unacceptable, significant cumulative effects, and it goes on. That section specifically refers to that 5,000 square feet just within the floodplain, and we documented that there's less than 5,000 square feet of alteration within the floodplain. There is additional alteration within the buffer zone
to floodplain, but that's not included in the performance standards in the bylaw.
So in your April 20th, 2021 letter, pages 6 and 7, you provided tables 1 and 2. If you calculate the work and land subject to coastal storm flowage, you're at 22,720 square feet. If you look at the land subject, or in the 100-foot buffer zone to land subject to coastal storm flowage, it's 47,377, which brings us to the neighborhood of 70,000.
We recalculated that because we just...
Which is 14 times the allowable.
Yes, I'm looking for the letter, which I believe was I had attached to the Ecotech letter. The proposed disturbance in LSCSF, that's temporary. The permanent disturbance was 4,336 square feet. Temporary was related to utility installations where everything would be restored to grade, or work within the paved roadways where everything would be restored to grade and restored to pre-existing conditions. So the permanent changes of land subject to coastal storm flowage were less than the 5,000 square feet.
If you look at the FEAR from June of 2020, it says, the project will result in the alteration of 4.1 acres of land, including the creation of 1.71 acres of new impervious surface, meaning the parking lots, almost 2 acres of parking lots. And those were shown to impact the buffer zone, especially the one over by the beach where you put in your boats and things.
And what I am referring to is the performance standards in the bylaw limits that threshold to the 100-year floodplain. The changes within the 100-year floodplain are less than 5,000 square feet. The alterations outside of the 100-year floodplain, which may also occur within the buffer zone to floodplain, aren't included within that threshold established in the bylaw.
I think the point is that the commission's interpretation is it's the combination of the two.
Well, then we can, rather than, I think we just have to respectfully disagree. I read into the record the words within the bylaw, and those performance standards for LSCSF are specific to the LSCSF, and it does not reference, in that, it does not reference buffer zone also.
David Linhart with Goulston again. I guess I'm talking too quietly. I'll try to lean in a little bit further. But just to say a bit more on the LSCSF, we're solely going off of just the language of the bylaw itself. We understand that wetland resources, that is defined under the local bylaw to include the buffer.
Right.
So that makes sense. It's, the general principle is to think about the resource that's being protected more broadly. That's the general rule, but then there's an exception just the way that it's drafted, because LSCSF, particularly, it says, according to the state wetlands protection. So even though there's a general principle, there's a more specific definition for LSCSF. So we're just going off of the language of the bylaw itself. And for what it's worth in terms of the parking, because I understand that there's sort of this question of, we're saying we're providing the parking that we owe under the bylaw, and then is that true? So, there could be, for example, if there are concerns that there's too much parking, so there could be a condition that says, if the building department determines that we're overparked, then we should look at how much parking we've provided. But, you know, again, we've designed it to be consistent with what the underlying zoning asks us to do.
Why have you refused for the last 4 months of my asking to show the math behind that calculation? I hear you, but obviously, in order to say that, somebody in Northeastern has done a calculation that says, under your zoning, we need to provide X amount of parking. And that question has been asked over and over and over, and I don't understand why this honest, brilliant university can't answer that question, or refuses to answer that question.
You know, for what it's worth, what we just submitted to the planning board, that forum will engage with that because it requires a zoning chart, and we submitted a zoning chart. But even in that setting, it will come down to the building department, and at that point, though, you know, the designs will be further advanced. It gets that close look from the building department, and everyone's going to know whether it's
You've
consistent.
made some assumptions. Obviously, you've made some assumptions to come up with a number. How hard is it to write down, we assume this, we multiply times 4, we multiply times 10, we divide by 2, and we came up with 162 parking places. And it can change when the building department reviews it, I understand. And the zoning can do it, but somebody has done that calculation, because you keep saying we're doing only the amount of parking that we think we're going to need under your zoning. But you can't tell me how you got to that number. And I don't, somebody must know it, and why you refuse to tell us, I just don't understand.
You never speak to the size and scope of your project. There was an excellent piece by Christian Bauta in the Lynn item about the fact that size matters. So let's just talk about a couple of facts. The Audubon thicket in our town is 4.5 acres. It has 2 parking spaces. Northeastern has 20.4 acres, and they're adding 125 new parking spaces.
As required
So
by the bylaw.
there's something called the carrying capacity of the land. And what we're trying to point out to you is that you repeatedly propose things that are exceeding the carrying capacity of the land. Because that little small coastal beach that you're going to travel across, and all the impervious surface, nearly 2 acres, nearly 2 acres of impervious surface, is going to affect that wetland. You can't say that it won't. Nearly 2 acres of a parking lot. Look at Macy's when you pass the Burlington Mall. It's surrounded by parking lot. You plan to put in 228 total campus population. That's what's in the fear, that you will put in 228 people. It's like putting a small department store on that little piece of land.
I mean, I'm not trying to fight about it. That sounds like an important point to make. The only point that I'm making is that we're not inventing how much parking to provide. We're instructed how much parking to provide by the bylaw. So if the bylaw said something different, we would do something different.
So if you're overparked, what's your incentive to come back to us and minimize your parking? None. If we've already issued your permit, you have
But
no
our
incentive to do that.
Yeah, our incentive is that we are trying to design something that does not require zoning relief. So
Right.
if the building department, that's that real litmus test.
But say planning says you're overparked. You don't need this much parking. You're not going to come back to us and say we want smaller parking lots if we've already issued your permit. But if they tell you you need more parking, you're absolutely going to come back to us and say we want bigger parking lots. So why we don't come out ahead on letting you move forward with a conservation permit before we know for sure, since you haven't given us any calculations confirming one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean,
So what's our incentive?
I don't think you're making up that, there is this back and forth to harmonize, but again, even respectful of the jurisdiction of the planning board, the building department makes that determination. about whether or not an application is consistent with the dimensional requirements.
And what if they feel that it's not? Who do they go to? Who's the appeal to?
And we don't get the building permit, and we have to deal with the consequences from
Or you
there.
appeal to zoning, right? And they make the decision.
And, but I can say that because our approach is to be consistent, that would mean, that we need to resolve that inconsistency. We're not trying to go after Board of Appeal review.
I guess I don't understand the hesitation in providing this. It's the same thing with the size of the pump house. You've designed it. Show it to us. What is the big deal? We know you designed it. We don't need to pretend you haven't. You know how big everything needs to be. You know the size of the pumps. The man that does this is excellent. Show us so we can talk about why it's so big. You're excellent. I mean, you know what it is. Why do we keep pretending that we don't know what's going to happen here? Let's just share the information so it's out there, and it's not this like, well, we don't really want to tell you. It sows distrust. It makes us feel like we can't trust you. You just submitted a request for a certificate of compliance with factual errors in it. I mean, what are we doing here? Let's just be honest so we can all move forward. I don't want to do this forever.
I think Dwight wants to jump in.
Madam Chair, we're in the CSI, so we'd like to stick with that. But
Yes, I agree. I was just giving an example.
We did submit the plan that shows the layout of the pump station back in April or May. So that was submitted, and it is the record.
Okay, then I haven't seen that.
Getting back to CSI and the performance standards for LSCSF.
Yep.
I want to identify that was brought up by the peer reviewer, Ecotech. We provided a response to that with each of the items that goes with LSCSF. We looked at that relative to the buffer zone work also. And in that letter dated May 17, page 15, the applicant's submission provides the requested rationale, the conclusion, and then it goes on, the conclusions and opinions regarding the water quality are contingent upon compliance with stormwater standards.
Yep.
Which is correct. And then he refers to the Hardy and Mann design group comments, relative to those items. So the peer reviewer indicated that the submission that we provided for work in the buffer zone to 100-year floodplain provides the requested rationale that he sought. In terms of the parking lot, the southerly parking lot was, although the number of spaces remained the same, half of it has been converted to pervious pavers. That's that half that's essentially within the buffer zone to BVW, so that although the number of spaces are provided, it's instead of impervious cover, it is pervious cover. In an effort to
What does that
change to minimize runoff. The drainage system, which already was sized to exceed the standards of the stormwater regulations relative to infiltration and runoff control, was not changed. It was essentially not changed in size, so that with that reduction in pervious cover, there is still a greater increase or exceedance of the minimum standards in the regulations relative to stormwater control and infiltration.
So you're saying that it's not 1.7 acres of impervious material, because that's what's in the June 2020 response to you from the FEAR certificate that was sent by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
That was MIPA. That's a
MIPA.
different document in the FEIR. We're talking about the Wetlands Protection Act, the Notice of Intent, and the various submittals that were submitted through this process. And we documented the reduction in size of the impervious cover of the southerly parking lot and showing how much was churned into pervious cover.
To what extent? Could you give a number?
I'm going to be honest, I do not have the number on the top of my head. It was provided on the plan, and it's about half of that parking lot was converted to pervious pavers.
Does anyone else on the commission have any comments or
I guess
questions?
you still haven't answered my question. Can you give me the reason why you won't give us the math? Is the lawyer advising you not to do it?
We We've just submitted to the planning board with a zoning chart as required by that submission, and it explains the parking. We're
Well, that's
complying
helpful.
with the requirements.
Oh,
that
it's
the-
just,
the
I mean,
language-
I'm sorry.
I get that there's frustration about it.
Of course I'm frustrated. It's like you're lying. It's like you're lying. I think you're lying because you can't prove the truth. Am I wrong?
I don't want to fight
Something,
about
I
it.
mean, I don't know. I mean, I just don't understand why you refuse to provide it. I don't care if you provided it to him or them. Why can't you provide it to us? It's not a very hard thing to do. It's obviously a relatively simple piece of math. And there's something in that equation that you don't want to share.
It's submitted. It's with Dan Berman right
Okay.
now.
So he hasn't provided it to us, and that's fine. All right, does anybody, I mean, no,
Well, you haven't, I mean, I guess I have a problem.
That's on the
because
record. We don't have that document.
We haven't seen the peer review letters. We haven't seen any of this stuff. How can we make a decision tonight?
Commissioner, David and I are not standing here, not telling you the number, how it was calculated.
Would you like to use
Standing here,
this?
not telling you the number,
You
because
can use
we
this.
did not do the calculations. So, in terms of how the calculation was done, the architect did the calculations, and they're based on the number of full-time employees. Okay,
is the architect here?
the architect,
Is he here?
no.
So he can't answer that question. Okay. Yes, sir.
Can we use the portable mic or some
This
other
portable
microphone?
mic is much
Talk
better.
into it.
One here,
Or
too.
this one.
Maybe.
No, right.
Does anybody from the public wish to speak?
You'd like-
David Lurie, counsel for Nahant
Why don't you
Preservation
use,
Trust.
why don't you use the portable mic there, either that or that? It's much,
Portable's best.
thank you.
No.
I think the other one's better.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
David Lurie, counsel for the Nahant Preservation Trust. I'll try to make things quick because we've been here for a long time and this has been a long process. Some of the points that I was going to make have already been covered by the commission. With respect to the site plan review, you're correct. Your regulations do require that it be, all permits be approved, not just applied for. And if they had been applied for and approved, you wouldn't be as frustrated as you are now with respect to all these questions, because they would have been resolved and that you would know exactly the project that you're confronted with, and part of your frustration is due to they didn't follow the proper process. So that alone is sufficient reason to deny the notice of intent. In addition to the lack of site plan approval, they also need zoning approvals, which presumably will be addressed during the site plan process. But in addition to being located in a natural resource district and violating the zoning provisions of that, they also have a project that's proposed to be more than 35 feet high in a natural resource district, which violates the Nahant zoning bylaw when you measure it from the proper place, which is the base of the building in front of Murphy Bunker. They also violate the floodplain zoning ordinance, which independent of flood issues under the wetlands bylaw, and that has not yet been, they haven't yet asked for variances from that requirement. So there are a host of other permits that they do need to, variances and approvals that they do need, that they should have applied for and received long ago, and it's outrageous that they only applied for a site plan review yesterday. We haven't seen those documents, we don't know what other issues that they present, but their failure to get approval of that and associated zoning approvals by itself is sufficient reason.
They filed today. Today.
Sorry?
They filed today.
I know.
Not yesterday.
Today. Okay.
Even worse.
Thank you for correcting me. With respect to land subject to coastal storm flowage, they are wrong in their interpretation of the presumption and the intent of the bylaw and regulations. The intent of the bylaw was to expand protection for wetland resource areas from just the defined wetlands to include 100 feet. That's not just a buffer zone. That is a wetland resource area that is entitled to as much protection as the wetlands within it. And your regulations, the performance standards that apply to that, apply equally to that 100-foot area. The presumption that more than 5,000 feet of alteration is an adverse impact that they have to overcome also applies to that 100-foot area. And as the chair had pointed out, it's their burden to prove that there's no impact, to overcome that presumption, and they have not come close to doing that when you have alterations of 20,000 square feet within the land subject to coastal storm flowage, 50,000 feet within the 100 feet outside the land subject to coastal storm flowage, 70,000 total square feet of alteration, 14 times the presumptive limit, and their submissions do not come close to overcoming that presumption. We have submitted expert reviews from CDM, our consulting engineers, which concludes that there will be an adverse impact, that they haven't overcome that presumption. So that alone is sufficient basis for you to deny the application. And this isn't just some academic exercise either. You all personally know the flooding that occurs in that area. You mentioned the issues with it with respect to Canoe Beach. We've submitted evidence just to make sure that it's in front of the record and you can consider it of past flooding events, including 2018, where the waters overflowed Nahant Road and went into the oval by the ice house. We submitted a video that showed the water literally pouring over there, exactly where they plan to put a broader parking lot and pave more unpaved area. And that gut personal observation, that photographic evidence, the video evidence further supports denying this for its impact in that protected wetland resource area. Finally, there is the issue of Canoe Beach, which, in addition to having been told by the Secretary of Environmental Affairs that they really should address it in a way that is sustainable because of the flooding issues, because it's a high risk, which they acknowledge that there's a high risk of flooding in that area. They obtained a grant from CSI to pursue a project to better address Canoe Beach that would involve some degree of armoring. They spent months working with CDM and came up with a draft environmental impact notification form, but which was never submitted. They shelved the project and have taken the position that they don't need to go forward with that, and the CSI can be reviewed independently. And I know the chair has previously mentioned that under the Wetlands Protection Act, things can be segmented. You don't have to actually put all of your projects involving all the wetlands on your property together at the same time. But your regulations and bylaw do require you to consider the cumulative impacts on protected wetlands. And the cumulative impacts here on that area of not protecting Canoe Beach, at the same time impacting 7,000 square feet of flood zone plus 100 feet of protected area has to be considered, and it's going to be significant. So that their failure to address that, despite your asking them to, and the Secretary of Environmental Affairs asking them to, is a third independent basis to deny the project. We've submitted now, I believe, 4 or 5 letters which have detailed all these things to you. We've included the expert analysis by CDM. We've included the photographs and the video. And I believe that protect the wetland resources of the town of Nahant by doing that. Thank you very much.
I have two questions for the Northeastern group. I have tried and gone through many of the things you have put out, and I can't find the answers to these two questions. One is, many homeowners all around that area get a card every year from the Department of Defense saying that there's a high probability that we have undetonated artillery in our properties. And if we have real concerns, we should have them come and do a site visit. Whenever I have a landscaper put in a tree, I tell them, I show them the card, I show them what the undetonated material may look like, and I would like to know your plans for how to manage the fact that there's likely to be a lot of undetonated material, especially when you put in those wells, those geothermal wells. I have a lot of concerns that you're going to detonate and harm people and wildlife and habitat. It's a big concern. I can't find it anywhere in your NOI. And the second question I have is something that was brought up many times. As a discretionary EIR, it's required for a project subject to MEPA greenhouse gas emissions policy and protocol. Yet you don't bring up what the estimated impact on greenhouse gas emissions are by your institute. I can't find it anywhere. And it's a requirement by the EIR, by the impact statement, the report. Those two things, could you?
In terms of the greenhouse gas, that is a MEPA policy.
Yes.
That was addressed through MEPA. That's not a Wetlands Protection Act or a Wetlands Bylaw topic. It was not included in the notice of intent because that's an extra jurisdictional issue relative to the Wetlands Protection Act and the Wetlands Bylaw. In terms of the prior comments and what's been presented in the notice of intent and the supplemental materials, and when we started this public hearing process, this project involves some work within land subject to coastal storm flowage and buffer zone. It's a floodplain and buffer zone issue project. The work, there are no structures in the 100-year floodplain. The buildings, et cetera, are all outside. Most of the work within the floodplain is temporary for repaving of roads and installation of utilities. There is some parking in the 100-foot buffer zones. There's no work in BVW.
I don't think that's what she asked, was it? She was asking about the
I'm just responding to the previous gentleman, and I'm going to be, in terms of the ordinance issue, I'm going to have to ask somebody else on our team to respond to that. However, the comments about floodplain, the storm damage prevention and flood control, which are the primary interests of the Act relative to floodplain, and the various interests in the bylaw for floodplain have been addressed. In terms of meeting stormwater standards for impervious cover on the site, the purpose of the stormwater regulations is to protect the quantity and quality, to regulate the quantity of flow off of a site and to protect the quality of the receiving waters. The project has been demonstrated to meet the stormwater management regulations to protect the quality of the receiving waters, and it regulates the flow of stormwater off the site. The portions of the site that are inundated during a 100-year storm event is from coastal flooding. And that's not from precipitation, it's from coastal flooding, which is going to flow across the site. And there are no structures to impede the flow of flooding. The project doesn't result in changes of the land contours within the floodplain such that there'll be no increase in the vertical or horizontal extent of flooding as a result of the project. And I
Can someone on the
I think
team
the issue
address
of-
the artillery question?
I was going to say, in terms of the artillery questions, that I think is also, it's a, that's also not in the wetlands protection regulations.
But
or
if
the
you're
bylaw
planting 200
regulations.
trees or whatever that number is,
I-
there's the potential that somebody's going to get blown up, theoretically. I mean,
Then,
but these are things, why can't you just say, like, you know there must be some protocol. You know what the greenhouse gas thing is. She's a resident, just tell her what it is. You know what I mean? Why can't we?
I do not know what, I cannot stand here and tell you what the protocol for the contractor for that is going to be.
But do you guys get a thing from the government saying that there might be artillery every year? Or is it just residents that have to worry about that?
I have the cards in my basement. I get them every year.
A bunch of people get them. You guys,
And there's
the base
actually
doesn't get-
there's actually photographs that show you what artillery might look like, what you should be aware of. Some of them are spikes, like a metal ball with spikes extending, and they tell you if you come across one of these, you should notify, your fire department, and then they will contact the Department of Defense.
Maybe you should
I get
look
them.
into
I've been
that
here.
before you
I lived
start.
here 30 years. I get them every year, and I put them on the fridge, and I notify my kid. And this seems like a very large project that someone should be concerned.
Just something to think about as you dig up your entire site. Okay, so what about, so I read that the intent is to access, I don't know the names of things as well as I should, via the access road that goes adjacent to Canoe Beach, the informal access road. I mean, do you have concerns about the amount of traffic that's going to go up that and the potential for erosion of Canoe Beach and the dune that's there?
That temporary access road that
Yeah.
goes underneath the opening to.
Like this one that comes this way?
Correct, and it goes through the north portal.
Yeah.
That will be used for construction. As you walk through there, you can see the portal was limited size.
Yeah.
So therefore, the heavy equipment and things like that will be going up the other side.
Okay.
And that would primarily be used for smaller equipment and smaller vehicles.
Have you looked at the stability of that as it relates to the beach?
The, standard sedimentation erosion control will be employed to, protect and prevent sedimentation transport. And it would be monitored during construction in terms of its stability.
Have you looked at it yet to determine if it's capable of handling this amount of traffic? I mean, has a determination been made about the quality of it? I mean, it's obviously not an often used road currently. Okay.
Not now.
Okay. Does anybody else from the public wish to speak? Sir?
Mahoney. Just responding to that access road goes into the North Portal. I'm a proud member of the Mass Lobster Association, and many of the lobstermen fish right off Dive Beach, if you will, in Blind Steps Cove, off East Point. And there's erosion going on right now. I think I sent a couple of pictures of some of you guys. And it's been eroding for many years. And if they're gonna send vehicles in there, right smack dab, you go through the North Portal, you've only got 20 yards before that erosion is, maybe less than that. And they're gonna have that all dug up there, especially if they're gonna do those, if they deep,
Geothermal.
it's all gonna be dug up. Is gonna be serious erosion from trucks. See, if they get a rain event, which we're gonna get rain events, global climate change. And that's gonna be a total mess. And the resource, land under the ocean, is gonna be adversely affected. So in that regard, I really want to deny this. In that regard, I also believe the planning board needs to deal with it before you people talk about doing it. And, okay, we go back to recently saw a map, and on the east side of this CSI, that's in the buffer zone too. They admit that they're gonna do construction in the buffer zone. And they haven't taken that into account when we talk about square feet. So there's a whole bunch of things that aren't true that we've heard. And I hope that we're gonna deny this CSI.
Does anybody else wish to speak?
Christian Bowder, 3 Swallow Cave Road. I just have to make a quick comment. I think it's astounding to me that we are sitting here tonight listening to an organization that holds itself out as an environmental steward, a group of people and individuals that supposedly study the environment, who are arguing for the very least protection of the environment possible between the coastal reinforcement of Canoe Beach to their building in the wetlands. It's just astounding to me. When I think Northeastern can't sink any lower, in my esteem, you managed to do it. So well done tonight. But one just comment from me, you know, all these parking lots and buildings and everything, has anyone considered the impact of a heat sink? The additional heat that will be, the sunlight will be absorbed by these surfaces, and the impact to the environment that might cause. Thank you.
So I think it's worth noting that there are a lot of environmental issues that are important, but they are not all our jurisdiction. What you just mentioned is one of them, greenhouse gases, you know, light pollution. There's a lot of things that are important. We can't make decisions about them, but important for people to know about. Does anybody on the commission have any further questions, comments, concerns?
Well, I mean, maybe we should talk about what the result of our vote could be, you know, in the event that we deny it.
Well, I guess first the question is, okay, first, does anybody else from the public wish to speak? And then we can.
I got a problem with not having seen
No, I agree.
recent submissions, so.
Diane Monteith again. I just urge you strongly to deny this petition based on all the environmental concerns and obvious impacts that will adversely affect this most vulnerable space in town. It's a shame.
I want to point out to the public that in previous Conservation Commission meetings, something very damaging to the environment was they did not vote against, because the thinking was strategically, if you vote for it, but you apply a number of conditions, and I think that's what you're angling towards, Tom, that somehow there'll be so many conditions that they can't meet them, they can't possibly meet them, and therefore, in my opinion, that is a faulty approach, because it signals to the EPA that the town said okay. And the other problem is, as our commission has difficulty enforcing doing those conditions. I've seen it over and over and over again in my experience in this town. Conditions are made and conditions are ignored. So I personally feel that we have to send a strong message that we don't think this notice of intent is clear, has the information we need to make a good decision, and could irreparably harm not only the environment but this town. So I would like to say, you know, transparently, that we shouldn't pursue gamesmanship. We should come out strongly and say that we don't think you met our questions and the conditions necessary to show that this is a good project. I don't think we should pursue gamesmanship and make, 5 pages of conditions that we can't enforce that they do. Because once they start with the pickaxes and the shovels and maybe detonating bombs that were left since 1948, we said that they could do it. So I'm afraid that that's the lasting impression, is that type of a vote.
That's really not where I was going with it, though. So basically, if we issue a denial, Northeastern will appeal to DEP, and we're basically out of it at that point.
So before we go there, if you don't mind, so I feel like, and maybe the commission disagrees, there are still some outstanding issues. Do you wish to have us vote on this, or do you want to address outstanding issues? You want to have us vote? Okay. So, yeah.
In terms of the Wetlands Protection Act and the bylaw, the Conservation Commission is charged with administering those two acts through the regulations for those two laws, statutes, acts. Don't want to use the incorrect term in front of an attorney. However, what's incumbent upon the Conservation Commission is to make a determination as to whether or not the project meets the performance standards or does not meet the performance standards in the regulations for this bylaw in the state. We've demonstrated in terms of the Wetlands Protection Act, as I mentioned, the work is within LSCSF, for which there are no regulations, and the standard is whether or not the standard applied by DEP, and in that case is whether or not the project will adversely affect the interests of storm damage prevention and flood control. Whereas there's no changes in grade within the 100-year floodplain, we've demonstrated we meet the stormwater management regulations. It meets that standard for LSCSF in the Wetlands Protection Act. There are no regulations for buffer zone in the Wetlands Protection Act. The issue there is, will the work within the buffer zone to BVW, will the work within the buffer zone to Coastal Bank adversely affect those resource areas? And we've presented that it does not. When it comes to the bylaw, you have LSCSF, which is resource area. Jurisdiction extends 100 feet beyond that, and standards for work within LSCSF. We've identified that we meet, that we have less than 5,000 square feet of permanent alteration within LSCSF. We do have work within that 100 feet off of the LSCSF, the quote-unquote the buffer zone. So we think that through the notice of intent, all the materials submitted to the commission over the past 7 months, reviewed by the peer reviewers, demonstrate that it meets the performance standards of those two, in those two sets of regulations.
Thank you. So, yeah. All right.
They're going to denude that mound, Murphy Bunker.
Yes.
Okay. It's all that, they're talking about, they're going to damage by denuding that bunker, the hillside. We're going to get a lot of rains probably, just like we have, and all that stuff's going into that land subject to coastal flooding. That's going to end up in the bay, on both bays, okay? And that's going to be harmful to fisheries, and I really think you people need to deny these people tonight.
I mean, I think it's a fair point that although that upper area is not our jurisdiction, what runs off of it comes into our jurisdiction. So without well-maintained erosion controls, it is potentially an issue that is within our jurisdiction. Okay, so we're charged with making a decision under two things, the Wetlands Protection Act and the Wetlands Protection Bylaw. It is my opinion that under the Wetlands Protection Act, we need to approve the project. He's right, there are no performance standards for land subject to coastal storm flowage, and therefore they comply with the stormwater. There's no reason for us to deny. That being said, I think there should be conditions attached. We don't have to decide on those conditions tonight. If we close the public hearing, we have 21 days to decide on the conditions and issue an order. The other decision we have to make is whether or not the work complies with the bylaw. Obviously, we've raised a number of concerns under the bylaw. I think our interpretation of the 5,000 square feet differs from theirs. And so these are two separate decisions that we need to make. under two separate votes. Town council, do you agree with?
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. I would suggest that if you're done taking comment, you could close the public participation portion right now.
Okay.
And then you can just deliberate.
Okay. So does everybody feel comfortable with that? Does anybody else wish to speak? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Okay. So is there a motion to close the public meeting?
I move.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Mark? Okay. All in favor of closing the public meeting? Aye.
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 Okay. So, now, we need to vote separately on the two. I think denying it under the Wetlands Protection Act doesn't, we lose control of the project. Then DEP steps in and they can impose or not impose.
Can you appeal DEP's decision?
Right, but see, now we're in the position of being the appellant, whereas Northeastern would have to be.
Well, right now, we hold the power, and we can condition however we want under the Wetlands Protection Act. If we deny, DEP holds the power. I don't think we can appeal DEP's decision. They supersede us.
Well, we ultimately could. We would go to a superior court.
Okay.
But again, deference is given to an agency who's charged with enforcing those particular regulations. You have a couple of different options. You can approve it as applied for. You can approve it with conditions, or you can deny it. And you can do the same under your bylaw. And just so that you know, they are two separate votes, and they are two separate actions. A denial or even an approval with conditions under the Wetland Protection Act goes to the DEP for a superseding order of conditions. A denial or an approval with conditions under your bylaw goes to a superior court for what is known as a record review. They take a look at the entire record. We have 60 days to assemble that record. Once the record is assembled, we file it with the court. Northeastern, the appealing party at that point, would have 30 days to draft what is known as a motion for judgment on the pleadings. And then the town would have 30 days in which to respond to that. Then a court would make a determination. They would have to have both to move forward.
So, in my opinion, it behooves us to approve under the Wetlands Protection Act and add conditions, which we'd vote to approve with conditions and then put together the conditions at a future meeting, which we would then subsequently issue the order. It would have to happen, we'd have to meet again in maybe 2 weeks so that we can make sure that we meet the timeline.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I did forget to say, and I was just reminded, you don't have to vote tonight either.
Oh.
Right? You can close the public portion of it, and you have. You now have 21 days to make a decision.
Okay.
You can go home, think about it, but we got to do something in 21 days.
Okay. Or we could
So
do
that
that.
includes the order of conditions as well.
We'd have to vote and issue an order of conditions within 21 days.
That would have.
That's correct. Within 21 days from the close of the public hearing.
Which,
So,
would help, I mean,
we could do that too, if we want to go home and think about it, or whatever you
well, it
want
would
to do.
help us, it would allow us to, it would seem like it would allow us to make a very clear set of reasons for saying no
Or yes.
or yes.
Whatever we
Exactly,
decide,
right.
yeah.
I mean, plus, obviously, the conditions. I mean, see, the conditions,
Well,
I mean, just for an example of a condition, just so we're all talking about it, we can put a condition on the pumping station as to how much reporting has to be done so that they,
on the next NOI, yes, we could do that.
you know, just so that they have to report so we know for sure that they didn't put a bigger pump in than they said.
Yes.
That kind of thing. So that could be that's in the regular wetlands conditions. Those are the kind of conditions we can put in the monitoring that gets over some of our worries that we're going to see it, you know, twice the volume and all that stuff. But also, even in saying no, under the, which I would agree on, under our wetlands bylaw, to the extent that we have publicly put a bunch of good reasons as to why we're saying no, seems like it strengthens our position with the court. If it goes to Superior Court, the fact that we've expressed our concerns. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yep, sorry.
But also, if we issue, theoretically, if we issued a denial, we would lay out the reasons why. We would provide findings that said this is why we feel that this
Okay,
is
and we could do that
deficient
later?
or it doesn't comply. It's gonna have to happen within the 21 days. So regardless of whether we vote tonight or not, we have a lot of work to do in the next 21 days.
So I guess it would be, to me, it would be cleaner to do that work and then have the votes on both after we've had the chance to
Well, we
do
need
the
to
work.
vote before we do the work, otherwise we're kind of presuming what the vote would be, right?
True.
So perhaps it's better to vote tonight if everyone knows how they feel. And then we could start the work of figuring out what the conditions would be, et cetera. Does everyone feel?
I'm still unclear whether if we vote no to the Wetlands Protection Act, whether we have the right to appeal that if the DEP, yeah, that's what.
We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that.
But now we're appealing, Colleen. Now we're appealing DEP's decision rather than Northeastern appealing DEP's decision.
DEP is considered the expert, right? So we would be, unless there's something glaringly wrong, we would be at a disadvantage. This is the type of situation that, in my opinion, the best decision under the Wetlands Protection Act is to approve and heavily condition. Because otherwise we lose control and it goes to DEP, and when there's an issue, people call DEP instead of us, and then DEP calls me, and then I have to go look. It's convoluted, we lose control, they don't feel as strongly about issues as we do, so they don't understand what the issues are as well as we do. I think it behooves us to keep it here. But we don't have to. I mean, you can vote however you're comfortable.
What's the headline in the Globe? That the Nahant Commission, Conservation Commission, gave them the okay to continue with the project?
Well, there's-
That's what I'm concerned about.
There's
Let's
two
just be
votes,
honest.
right? There's two votes. They can't proceed without both of them. They have to be approved on both. If they're approved on Wetlands Protection Act, but not approved on the bylaw, they go to court on the bylaw.
That's the only thing I could go for. Is if we heavily condition saying yes to the Wetlands Protection Act, that we reject the bylaw. Because our bylaw, we as a town voted for this bylaw, and we need to stand behind it when bogus requests that aren't substantiated with facts are put before us. This whole town voted for the bylaw because they felt it was important to be in compliance.
Those are
like
the
the
two
rest of
separate votes, though, Colleen.
Yes, I understand, and what I would support would be voting yes with a raft of conditions for the Wetlands Protection Act and voting no for the wetlands bylaw. Because it does violate our bylaw. We showed that throughout the course of this meeting.
Mr. Blake?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, my name is Jeff Blake, and I just wanted to reiterate. You seem to be grappling with what kind of conditions can we give tonight. You can approve it, subject to conditions that you would draft later on.
Enumerate later.
In the morning, within 21 days, or you can make no decision tonight, if that's better, and then come back in 7 or 14 days, and after having an opportunity to think about it, everybody can come up with their own conditions, and then come here and discuss it.
My preference, and everyone is entitled to their own opinion, would be to vote tonight, so I have a clear direction of what I need to do when we leave here.
Because we only have 21 days.
We only have 21 days and it goes fast. Because I also have 17 other permits from tonight that I have to issue in 21 days. And this is not my job. So, you know, and then again, our peer reviewers can assist us in putting together conditions if we need their assistance. Town council can assist us. We don't have to do this by ourselves, and we don't have to make those condition decisions tonight. So, does everybody feel strongly one way or the other? Is everyone comfortable with voting tonight?
Let's vote.
Would that be okay?
Yeah.
I think everybody knows how they feel. Okay. So, I need a motion to vote on DEP file number 0470581, which is the CSI Building, under the Wetlands Protection Act. This is just a motion to get us to voting.
I so move.
Thank you, Henry. Is there a second? We haven't done that.
Second, I'll second it.
Tom, thank you. Okay. All in favor of approving with conditions under the Wetlands Protection Act? Aye.
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 Vote however you want, whatever you're comfortable with.
Nay.
Okay. All right, so all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. Passes 6-1. Okay. So at a future time, we'll put together what the conditions are on that. Okay, now we'll vote under the Nahant Wetlands bylaw. I need a motion. This is just a motion to open the voting. I need a motion.
I move.
Same one.
How would we make
Same thing. Okay, well, let me start over. Do I hear a motion to vote under the Wetlands Protection Bylaw on DEP file number 0470581? Yeah, that's all.
To,
81 or 82, there's 80 and 82.
Oh, 80. Did I say, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Do I hear a motion to issue? Do I hear a motion to vote under the Wetlands Protection Act on DEP file number 0470580?
Which is the new building.
Which is the CSI building. This is a motion to get us to voting.
I move.
Thank you. You didn't. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Henry. Who's that? Henry.
Henry.
And this is the wetlands
So how does that read?
bylaw.
How does this motion read?
So
CSI project.
it will be all in favor of approving under the Wetlands Protection Bylaw with conditions.
Wait, what?
So it's,
If you want, yeah, the Wetlands Protection, the bylaw, the Nahant Wetlands Protection Bylaw.
so it's parallel to the original?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you want to approve under the bylaw, you vote yes. If you want to deny under the bylaw, you vote no. Okay. All those in favor of approving the project under the Wetlands Protection Bylaw? All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Nay. Okay. Okay. So, we need to set a meeting, we'll do this after the next one. We'll set a date to meet, to draft the conditions for the two, for the,
I would suggest that you do that.
right now?
During the meeting, just so that everybody knows what it is.
Can we do it after the next one? Because it'll be this, well, we can do it now. Okay. So it's 21 business days, or that includes weekends? Okay. Okay. So we have until the next meeting, which is August 18th. That's 21 days. How does everyone feel about the second week of August?
So that would be the 11th? Or I guess I need
The
the other
11th
week.
would be great. Wednesday, another Wednesday.
I was thinking Wednesdays because
Yeah.
we always do Wednesdays.
How does everybody feel about August 11th?
Is that a Tuesday?
It's a Wednesday.
I can do that.
Does that give you enough time?
I'd like to do 7 o'clock.
What times, please?
Can we do 7 o'clock?
Yes. I think
7:30.
7's better than 7:30.
Yeah, I do too. All right. Wednesday, August 11th at 7 o'clock PM. Okay. 8, 11. Are we going to meet via Zoom or are we going to meet in person?
And it's a public meeting, obviously.
Public meeting.
I think we
Can we
should,
use this room?
Yeah, I think so.
yeah, I think we should
in the
We
basement.
need to meet in this room.
We
Let's
should
meet in person. I
Yeah,
think
we
it's
should
easier
meet
than
here.
Zoom for
Not
this.
in the basement.
Yeah, in this room.
In this
Okay.
room.
Okay. Yes. I was thinking you guys could provide input in advance of the meeting, and then I could bring that information to the meeting. Would that work for you guys? Okay, perfect. Okay, so we'll do it that way. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, number 13, continued notice of intent, 430 Nahant Road, DEP file number 0470582, replacement of the existing seawater intake lines, pump house, and discharge system.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Dwight Dunk with Epsilon Associates, representing Northeastern University for the Seawater Intake Project. When we met in June, there were 4 items to address after that hearing. We've provided information on those 4 items. Those were integrated pest management plan that was provided to the Commission and the peer reviewer. The requirement to perform test pits at the site relative to the infiltration basin near the Edwards Laboratory. Those are performed. Those were witnessed by the peer reviewer from Hardy-Man Design Group. Based on those observations, the infiltration system design was revised. The revised plan was provided with the additional information for addressing the items from the June hearing. The other item was the number of trees to be removed for the seawater intake replacement project. 0 trees will be removed for the seawater intake project. That's provided in the Hardy-Man design comments. And lastly was the response to the Hardy-Man design comments. Those were presented, and a response from Hardy-Man Design Group was provided, dated July 21, and essentially everything was identified as comment has been addressed throughout. So with that, we just want to identify that the project was designed to comply with the performance standards for land under ocean. The project was designed to using horizontal directional drilling to avoid alteration of coastal bank, to avoid alteration of coastal beach, and to minimize the work within land under ocean. So, as was discussed during many hearings, the existing, with this replacement project, the existing direct lay intake pipes will be removed. That's noted on the plans. So with that, the project has been identified to meet all of the performance standards for the applicable resource areas. We have responses from the peer reviewers, both Ecotech on the wetland issues and Hardy-Man Design Group on the stormwater and engineering issues. Although it got thrown into the previous hearing, there was a discussion about the design for the pump station that was provided with the June 4 letter that identifies the standards for OSHA and the schematic for the design to show that it was done to meet the OSHA standards. With that, we respectfully request that the Commission move on this application and respectfully request an order of conditions with conditions allowing the replacement project to proceed.
I'd like to just, one of your words in there, when I reread the response on the OSHA, I believe it said standards and recommendations, not necessarily. So in other words, some of that is they're recommending, nice to have as opposed to minimum requirements. At least that's how I interpreted your response in that original letter, just to be clear.
And that is true. That's the way they presented, the standards and recommendations, and basically the pump house, the pump station was designed to meet those. And, you know, when we look at some of the dimensions, you know, if we were to go to the minimum, it would shrink the corridors by 3 inches, you know, so it would reduce, you know, the building by 6 inches. So, I mean, the standards there, the standards and guidelines, that we're talking about a pump house with equipment, with the potential need to go in there to route out the intakes, with water coming back in from backwash, from, you know, rooting out the pipes. You definitely need the room, so following the recommendations and the guidelines is appropriate. It's not overly sized. It's meant to design those, given the operations that would be conducted in that pump house.
Having looked at them, it appears that there are things, I mean, that I understand the math that they just did, but when I looked at the picture, it showed a huge base under the pump. If you got rid of the base, it'd take less. And obviously, it shrinks a foot here and a foot there, but multiply by 3. So he can look at my face of paper.
Yeah. Hi, Richard Gallett, or Rick Gallett, better. TAG Engineering, the seawater system designer. I provided the architect those offsets that you're asking about. Can everyone hear me pretty well? Because I always have a tough time hearing everyone tonight. She's got the best microphone. Anyway, so it's a hazardous working area. So picture 460 volts, 3-phase electricity, conductive seawater. There's line flanges at each turn or change in direction of piping that they may or may not someday have to get in there with a rotor-rooter and clean out any biofouling that doesn't remove by the anoxic process that we've talked about before at other meetings, alternating the 2 systems. So I would feel terrible if somebody ever got hurt or killed or something happened badly because they couldn't get out of harm's way. So considering that it's high voltage electricity, highly conductive seawater, rotor-rooting pipes at each direction, I felt that the OSHA minimum standard, which is about 4 feet offset from equipment, isn't really sufficient for this particular pump house. That's the only reason. I'm trying to make it as safe as possible for those that have to work in those conditions. And I think it's maybe a foot beyond what the OSHA standard is, and I think most of it, sometimes they have to duck under a pipe to get to another pipe, so there were some conditions like that. So I just, none of us, we hear about these tragic stories all the time of people being, caught in positions because they can't get out of harm's way. This pump house is safe to work in, and I feel very good about that, and I sleep well at night knowing that.
And I have sort of another question, just because a neighbor asked me. We have two intake pipes because of the biofouling. Why do we need 2 outflow pipes?
Same condition. So if you talk to the people who have used this facility for a long time, what they have happened is the blue mussels spawn inside the pipes. And what happens is it pushes. I'm sorry, was somebody talking?
No.
The blue mussels spawn inside the pipes, and it pushes the biofouling further upstream. What happens is it gets in that large settling tank. The spawn then work their way back out through the outfall system. So it's like a circuitous pattern of biofouling. So the only way you can control biofouling, again, is the anoxic and shutting them off and cycling between 1 and 2 lines. We don't want to come back here again to try to get a permitted seawater system again. So I designed them something that's bulletproof. And we're addressing some of the things that they've observed over the past 15 or 20 years and have addressed it with a very good seawater system that should be as little as maintenance as possible for them.
Thanks.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great question. So she was asking, why aren't the pumps elevated? Why aren't they like on the upper floor? So the pumps have ability to pump discharge head tremendous amounts, you know, thousands of feet high. But they only have the ability to suck something like seawater, a specific elevation, and that number is about 20 feet. Before, what it does is cavitation, right? You know about cavitation from props on boats, right? So the pump impeller does the same thing. If there's too much suction pressure, the water actually vaporizes under that vacuum. And then it creates these little explosions on the impeller of a boat, propeller of a boat or impeller of a pump. So I have my pumps at their elevation 14, which allows, remember I had that nice cartoon of the biofouling that's occurring throughout the season. It keeps growing in and inside the pump. Well, that biofouling is causing friction, and that friction relates to what we call head. So you start at 14, and through the course of the summer, all the way into the fall, you're increasing the friction or increasing the suction head. And right about when that number hits 20, you're going to start getting cavitation inside the pump, which is going to destroy the pump like it would destroy a propeller. So I allow for a certain amount of biofouling to occur throughout the season, but hopefully by the fall, when we're ready to change lines, we're not cavitating the pumps. So that's why we start at 14 and not at 20, because at 20 we couldn't have any biofouling. You would have huge pipes, which nobody wants, right? Everybody thinks they're too big already. So I think I've right-sized it, with the right elevation to allow some biofouling growth to occur during the research season, change out in the winter, go back to normal in the spring. So.
The last meeting you guys had, I don't know if you the exit pipes is not going to be
They're changing them out.
big election, 60.
We don't have a pump pumping it, right? Everything's, if you look at where the tanks are, it's all gravity flowing. So you don't get a full flow of gravity, right? It depends on what's If they do the job and the maintenance, it shouldn't be that. But if it does occur, we have to pump for it, and we have to be able to get rid of it.
People don't trust our pieces. More truthful versus being why is the 260 much effective? You mentioned on the company that you had that first EMF is 24,000 gallons per minute. So right now,
Transparency is important, right? You don't trust them, you don't know me, but I think you want to trust me, right? So what I want them to do is what we call a dashboard. That's a new technology term for a living display. So you can go on a web, they're going to give you a website, and it's going to show the flow meter for the pumping system. You're going to be able to do it, you're going to be able to do it, you're going to be able to do it. You're going to be able to do it. So it's complete.
what they change it, it's up to 1,000. What happens then? You don't slow it down?
Yeah, I mean, I have the pump controls, right? Not personally, but I'm monitoring the same thing you're Well, see, everything's designed by me to pump at 600 gallons a minute. I don't have a system going, I have a pipe that you are worried about that can pump more, but I don't have a pump, or excuse me, controls that can pump more. They have to come back. They can't do that. They have, in order to do pumps. Yeah, but they have to go through this whole process again, and you can stop and then. I'm just saying, I understand your concern. Right. Things, today is today, yesterday is yesterday, right? So let's work on, I know, I know that, I understand that, but we gotta start somewhere.
Goes both ways.
They have to do their job, I have to do my job, they have to do their job. And hopefully, if we all do it together, we'll have a better system, more transparency, and you'll feel good about what they're doing, excuse me. I'll feel good about what I'm doing, and everybody will get along a little better.
Four pipes going in, they're not gonna be tight.
No, 4 pipes going in, 2 pipes going in. They're going out.
4 total.
Yeah.
There's gonna be 4 pipes in the bed. Correct. They're gonna be spread out.
Yeah, they're all on the ground.
When are they coming out? When are they coming out?
What's that?
They're coming out in 20 feet of water.
About 20 feet of water,
So
correct?
not like we had designed before, that we're gonna sit on the bottom all the way up and low tide out. Is that
Right, that was, what, 2 years ago, or whatever that number.
That was a big, 20.
But yeah, year, time is flying, yeah. Yeah, so we got rid of that.
Coming up,
Yep, and then popping up out where you see the locations on the drawings.
what about those little losses with the horizontal drill? And this gentleman told me there's gonna be some oil, told everybody that there could be some oil.
It's not oil, it's mud. It's drilling muds. Yeah, yeah, there is drilling muds. So what the company, the marine contractor that holds that responsibility is responsible for, excuse me, capturing that.
Yeah, but what it does is there's all sorts of buried losses there, hundreds of thousands of losses out there right now.
Yep.
All the way to September.
Yep.
And we're worried about that when the little valleys of those.
Yeah, it's a good concern, it's a fair concern, and that's, you know, we have to select, the right contractor. We have to set up the right parameters for them to do that.
There's a lot of oil in it.
It's not oil, it's drilling mud. Big difference.
Pollution.
Right, it's clay, but oil is hazardous waste. Muds are, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I
A
understand.
whole bunch of mud was in that day. It's not harmless.
Yeah.
Lobsters.
No, you're absolutely right.
Whether
There's,
it's mud from that drill or mud from all that rain coming down the hill. I'm worried about those losses.
me too, and that's, you know, when we go back to what I designed for you, I'm designing an intake system that is 50 times slower than the current DEP regulation. So, like, I was thinking about how to explain this to you people about what that really means. If you take your finger and put it on the desk and move it 6 inches in 1 second, that's the regulation. If you take the same finger and move it 1/8 of an inch in a second, that's how fast our intakes are.
Believe you, but I don't trust that you're gonna be here.
I'm here, baby.
You're
Here.
gonna be sucking a lot of losses in there. Macerating them, as what was admitted before, is over time, that process that goes, back.
The current system is not designed. It was designed by a different outfit that didn't understand all the implications of seawater. Now they hired me to design them a system that knows about biofouling, knows about entrapment, knows about impingement, you know, knows about all these things.
Invasive species that are coming out, what about that?
That's lab control. That's in
Professors
the,
are dealing with all sorts of stuff from other parts of the world. And
I haven't seen too much of it in my tours of
lots of
lab.
them have seen invasive species
Yeah.
come in there, and seaweeds and things like that.
A lot of times that occurs on the ballast water of the ships, right? Not what's coming out of the lab. I mean, we're all guilty when we put our boat in one water and we drive it and we take it to another water. All that stuff, right? We're all part of that responsibility, not just what they're doing for research.
That's what we're talking about tonight.
When you do invasive species work in any research lab, what you're required to do is have a kill protocol for that organism before you discharge any of the water. That's done in all labs. all labs that I work in. So whether you UV sterilize the water, you ozonate it, you chlorinate it, you sieve it out, it's pretty strict. There's a separate regulatory agency that looks after that. Yeah.
I have a question about the effect of the mud effluent on the eelgrass.
No, there's a lot of eel.
We provided information. There's no eelgrass in the area of the outfall or the intake structure. As we've also described in terms of construction for the HDD, at the exit point, there's what's called a gravity cell that's installed around the exit point. Because this is a rocky, cobbly bottom, there'd probably be sandbags around the outside of that gravity cell. The purpose of the gravity cell is to trap any bentonite that comes out of the exit hole. Bentonite is more dense than water, so therefore it sinks. There might be a little bit that goes into suspension, but that's the purpose of the gravity cell. It's basically kind of like a detention or stilling basin. So that is collected in the gravity cell. Before the gravity cell is removed, any bentonite that's in there is basically vacuumed out and removed, onto the barge, drummed and removed off-site.
I know you would all like to see it if you got approval for this, gave them approval for the seawater system. Seawater system is basically replacing what's there in kind, right? My capture velocity is going to significantly reduce anything that was incurred in the past. But as further compensation, I think if you wanted a lobster hatchery, you got to give them a place to build it. It's I don't know what it was, 1,000 square feet of high quality laboratory, heated water, cooled water, food, algae culture, rodent culture. It's a whole entity in itself. They got marine science center right there. I know.
I think at the last meeting, they said they would do it, but they had to get the pump station and they had to get the building, or you wouldn't get it. So it was, we either get everything and you get it or not. I agree, I'm just saying that was the conversation at the last meeting.
As Rick said, there needs to be space, there needs to be the equipment, there needs to be the facility to do that. That facility is part of the CSI, which has just been denied.
I guess
that's where it was. When the ENF, the EIR, it's presented as one.
The secretary said that they're going to do a larger system. That's why she wanted mitigation.
I think the problem is your unwillingness to bend on anything. This is how big we want this. This is what we want. This is what we're going to do. Oh, can we have trees? We're planting trees. How many? We're not sure yet. You know, either we get both things or you get no fish hatchery. We were not willing to minimize. I think it's the rigidity that's off-putting, and so as a result, people aren't willing to sign on. And that's not your fault. It's just it's what it is. And I don't know. I feel like there hasn't been a lot of give from the beginning here. Maybe I'm wrong.
I have a question about the pumping system. Is all of the operation and maintenance occurring in the level where the pumps are?
Yes.
So none of it, so the pumps are in the basement?
Pumps are in the basement at elevation 14. There's an upper floor where the electronics part of the pumping system is, the brains that make it all. Sorry. the upper floor is where the brains of the pumping system are, so the electronics that run it, that make decisions about things.
Okay.
Yes.
And so is the basement considered a confined space?
No, because there's 2 exits.
So there's the basement, subterranean, where the pumps are, and then there's a main level that's gonna be used for storage, and then there's an upper level that is where the brains are? Or
No, there's just 2 levels.
where's the dive storage that I thought we were doing?
I'm not a dive storage guy.
I thought it's in the upper level, okay. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Hi, Patty. I just wanted to know, since I've taken pictures of the water going from the aviation all the way over down to green houses, flooding that area, including a piece of truck with a fast in the water. How are you going to stop the water? Absolutely sure not going down into the
Number one, the building itself is outside the floodplain, so it's, the building is outside and beyond the 100-year flood elevation.
I'm talking about seawater flowing over 2 feet deep. I've seen it, over the pumping
Right,
station.
but the pipes are underground.
No, the pumping station site.
The pumping station is in the building. The building is located outside of the 100-year floodplain.
But I'm
And then
telling you, I've seen the ocean flow over it 2 feet deep. How are you going to stop the water from flowing into the underground station? It's the ocean, it's not.
Yeah. But the new station, the new station, the pumps are inside the building, which is outside of the 100-year floodplain. And all of the other, and all the pipes are underground.
You need a sump pump for your pumps.
Those results were provided with the additional information that was submitted to the commission and to the peer reviewer, and because of that, it was a little bit higher than what was estimated based on the nearby geotechnical investigations, and therefore the system was revised to meet the standards so that the floor, that the bottom of the infiltration system now meets the required separation between that and the groundwater.
Not to be fresh, but that's why we wanted you to do the test.
Okay.
So I have a quick question, and I don't know about lab control that was mentioned. So if invasive species are part of the study, that they do at Northeastern, which conceivably they do, and you said that sometimes they chlorinate the water. Is it dilution that makes it so that it can rejoin the main stream of water? I'm sorry, I just don't know a lot about lab control.
Most of the time, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I try to talk loud. So most times when you're doing invasive species work, it's not a flow-through system, right? It's a recirculated system.
Okay.
You're doing small quantities of studying whatever. You're done with your experiment, you're required to kill all those animals and sterilize the water before disposing of it all. Most of the time, it's done with ultraviolet light, if
Okay.
it's effective.
Yeah.
Ozone, if it's effective. Or chlorine, if it's effective. Or sieving something out, if it's effective. So you have to figure out what gets rid of the critters that you were working on, whether it was larvae or adults or eggs or whatever it might be.
Okay. So if it's chlorine, what happens to the chlorinated water after?
Then you can neutralize it with sodium thiosulfate.
Okay, so it's contained in a tank. There's no it's a.
It's not an open system.
Okay.
It's batches. It's quantities of water.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry? If it's sterilized and free of any pathogenic or invasive species, yes, you can. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir? Whatever you prefer. I think it's on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
David Lurie for the Nahant Preservation Trust. There are many reasons why you should deny this notice of intent for the seawater intake project in the same way that you denied it for the CSI under the local wetlands bylaw. First, same rationale before. They have not obtained all the approvals that are required to be obtained by your regulations. They haven't obtained site plan approval. They only just filed for it. We haven't seen it. We haven't had the opportunity to review it, to see what the details are involved in it. They haven't gotten zoning relief because this is a building, the pump house is going to be built in a natural resource district which prohibits such buildings unless it's trumped by the Dover Amendment, which we believe it is not. It's also located squarely within the floodplain as defined under the zoning bylaw, which has to be, relief for which has to be granted by the zoning board. So all of these things should have been applied for a long time ago. They're requisites to be received by them before they can proceed, and your own regulation empowers you to deny it on that basis. With respect to the land subject to coastal storm flowage, this project has the same issues as the CSI. The pump house building is located squarely within the 100 feet outside of the state land subject to coastal storm flowage. They actually, and more than 5,000 square feet of land subject to coastal storm flowage is being disturbed. And actually, in their notice of intent, I believe that they requested a variance from your regulations in order to build. And they haven't presented any basis to get such a variance. From their own letter, Pere letter dated April 20th, 2021, Table 1, they say there's about 15,000 square feet within the 100-foot area outside state land subject to coastal storm flowage that's going to be altered. About 6,000 square feet within the state land subject to coastal storm flowage, which by itself is over the 5,000-foot presumption, for a total of 21,000 square feet that are going to be altered more than 4 times that limit. Now let me clarify a couple things that may have been missed. First of all, the local bylaw applies to temporary alterations as well as permanent. They've tried to make it seem as if, oh, if it's temporary, it doesn't count. The definition of alter in the regulations and in the bylaw does not make any distinction, so temporary changes have to be included. Second, the idea of the presumption means they have to overcome it. Even if the presumption didn't exist, it's still their burden to show that there haven't been adverse impacts on the wetland interests, and they haven't shown that. whether or not the presumption exists. But here, their own data shows that the presumption is met and gives you a basis to deny this. And again, this is not, we're not talking about academic issues. Their own newsletter, which we sent to you in a letter yesterday, I believe, which talked about a storm that occurred here, said that the tide did recede and revealed an odd mix of starfish, earthworms, cobbles, and debris, which Fred I busily waked up. Our seawater pump died as the pump house filled with 15 feet of water.
15 feet.
And Canoe Beach lost 6 feet of shoreline. But there's still enough room for a picnic table and future plan days. So, you know, this is real stuff. It's not just an academic presumption. There is real risk of adverse impact on the interest of the local bylaw was intended to protect in this area as well. You know, I won't get into the details of whether the pumps are sized properly or whether the pipes are sized properly or whether the pipes are located in the correct areas. But the point is that they haven't shown that they couldn't build a reasonably sized pump house outside the wetland resource area that the bylaw covers. And so there's no basis for you to grant them a variance for a building within a wetland. They're asking you for permission to put a building in a wetland as defined under the local bylaw, and you shouldn't give that to them. With respect to the lobster issue, that's not an academic issue either. They got approval from the Secretary of Environmental Affairs for this project, I believe, not the CSI, based upon a representation that they would build a lobster hatchery. And you may remember that their initial ENF for the seawater intake facility in January of 2018 was withdrawn because concerns were raised about the size of the pipes and the effect of the warmth of the water on the lobster population. So that's what led to the offer of a lobster hatchery. They're going to be held to that. So where is it going to be? They have to show you where it's going to be so then you can decide whether or not it meets the bylaw standards. And they have to show that lobster hatchery to the other planning board and zoning board in Nahant. If the solution is to abandon the lobster hatchery, then that in itself is a basis to deny it because they made a representation that the project would include something that they're now reneging on. If the solution is that the lobster hatchery is going to be off-site, well then there's reasonable questions about, okay, what does that mean? You know, how are you going to get the lobsters back and forth? Where are they going to be put in? Are they going to be affected by the water here in this area? None of those have been raised or addressed as part of this presentation. So once again, I would rely on our previous letters which have addressed the seawater intake facility as well as the CSI. We've submitted CDM's analysis of it. All of those will provide you more than reasonable basis under your own local bylaw to deny this project. Thank you.
Before you walk away, can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
What was the date of the Northeastern newsletter that you provided? Do you know? It isn't shown on the part that we can see.
I don't know. It's old. I think it has to do with the 1991 storm.
Okay.
So it's probably that old.
30 years. Okay. And then the other thing is you mentioned that they can't build the pump house in a natural resource district because of the zoning. Would that be the same assertion that they couldn't build the CSI because of the natural resource? Okay.
Yes, they need zoning relief in order to do it.
And so what is the floodplain bylaw concern about this pump house?
The floodplain bylaw, which we've explained in previous letters to the commission, refers to maps that that are key to the older FEMA maps. Before the FEMA maps were revised and the lines were drawn in. So the pump house is now squarely within the flood zone as defined by those maps under the zoning bylaw. So the zoning board would need to give them a variance for them to build within that flood.
So the old FEMA maps are the controlling maps for the floodplain bylaw?
That's what's referred to in the...
So what has, so, okay, so at some point we need to update that perhaps, or not. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
I think it was November 1st, the new name storm. Was how we were getting.
Can I just address some things that bother me? You got to get facts straight, because I know you're not for this project, but the facts are wrong. You know, when you talked about, you know, how did we go from 2,000 down to 600? I think the reaction of Nahant was that was too much water, right? Everybody thought, oh, you were doing fine with 600 gallons a minute. Why do you need 2,000? What's going on there? The reason we put the lobster hatchery wasn't it because we were going to kill all the lobsters with 2,000 gallons a minute, because when you run 2,000 gallons a minute, you actually discharge a less temperature differential than if you discharge 600 gallons a minute. Basically, the way the water warms up for the most part on that campus is exposed to sunlight. There's a bunch of outdoor tanks there. The longer the water sits in the tank, the more it warms up. The outfall gets warm. So if you run water faster through it, which is better for the critters, better for the research, better for the temperature differential, you're actually creating a better outfall discharge. So I think the negotiation for the lobster hatchery is, you know, recognizing that the existing system could entrain stage 1 and 2 lobster larvae and kill them when it goes through the pump. We didn't want to put a system that was opposed because we were going to be killing lobster larvae. The fact that we're drawing in the water slower, we've learned that the lobster larvae in the swimming stage is more at the surface, not down where the intakes are, is that number that we provided for mitigation numbers is a very, very generous number. But it does require assets, space, and you know, ground square footage to put it in. So I think, you know, I want to help bring truth to this project, so it doesn't help where exaggerations are presented in front of you people and giving you the wrong opinion about this project. I think we negotiated a good flow rate. All Nahant is asking for now is a good, reliable 600 gallons a minute, not an intermittent flow of 600 gallons a minute. And you know, truthfully, they're only getting probably 300 gallons a minute. So let's get facts correct. Let's work together. Let's put a better system in that's not creating harm to the environment when it draws the water in or releases the water back to the ocean. That's what this project for me is all about, and I hope it's about that for you too, okay?
Okay.
Josh wants to talk.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Josh Andrum, 267 Nahant Road. Just a few quick questions to put the scale in context. So what's the total square footage of, I assume we're in agreement that this pump house building is in the buffer zone, right? So what's the total square footage of the pump house in this buffer zone? How big is a 600 GPM pump, and how big are the electronics associated?
So I think you're asking the same question this time. OSHA offsets the safe working conditions.
How big is the pump? I think it fits in the back of my station wagon. I think also that the electronics would probably fit in the back of my station wagon. So but the building is 4,200 square feet, something like that? 6,000 square, you know. Yeah, so anyway, just answer how many square feet it is, and how big a 600 GPM pump is, and how big the electronics is, just to sort of put it in scale for people, bearing in mind that this building is in a buffer zone, so.
Right, 27 square feet.
I think the salient feature is that this new building's in the floodplain. What?
You know what you want to do?
What? Right.
You keep talking about this, or you keep talking about this, or you want to vote?
We should vote to pass.
Let's get these answers and then. What's the square footage of the building?
I can't remember that anymore.
I couldn't, it's like oddly
The pump
shaped.
is 27 square feet.
We know the square footage of the building?
It shows it on the plans. I was trying to figure it out. It's oddly shaped. I can't tell exactly. What, this? Can we hear the answer up here?
Yeah, the footprint of the building is about 1,800 square feet.
Thank you.
No, I don't think that's right.
And the pump is 27.
I don't think that's right. I just measured it.
The footprint of the building is what occupies the floodplain, and the footprint is about 1,800 square feet.
1,800.
1800.
How much is that adding to the whole structure in that area? How much are they adding?
40, 50 by,
Footprint is 1,800 square feet, so that's the pump house, that's next to the Edwards building, yes.
What'd you say, 50 by what?
The pump is 27. 27 square feet for the pump.
The footprint is 1,800 square
And
feet.
they had a base. And
No, it
they
doesn't work
measure
that
off the base.
The lower level for the pump station is
Imagine what kind of
1,800 square feet.
electronics they have.
so are you considering that,
It must be a big brain.
so is the 1,800 new building, or is that the actual square footage? Because when I measured, it's like 50 by 50, which is not 1,800.
That's what
I
our
used my
engin-
professional
that's
scale
what our
here that I
engineer
used,
told
I
us.
made. I didn't bring one.
That's what our engineer told us, okay?
All right. Shall we vote? Does everybody know what they want to do?
Like a partial basement.
And they're gonna leave the one that's already there up? They're gonna leave that one?
She cannot comment. She cannot.
One that's already there, big green one, is staying, and they're building a separate pump.
She may not regret that.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Yes, but we're closing it up. So this is your last, final moments.
Can you hear me? I'm Marilyn Mahoney from 179 Willow Road, and I attended by Zoom your last meeting and requested a public meeting so that we could educate the public, because I feel like there's been a real lack of transparency and open and honest discussion with the people from Northeastern, and I came here tonight, Northeastern people, expecting a presentation to educate me and the public, because it's on TV, and I made a recommendation that your IT department at your university could put together a presentation for all of us to get educated. You are an educational institution, and that's what I think you should be really a shining star about. Educating the public of Nahant, showing us some respect by trying to educate us in an open, honest, and transparent way. I have a son that's an architect, and he said to me, "Mom, you in the Nahant public have no more knowledge today than you had 3 years ago. We don't know what's inside your buildings. We don't know what you're planning. Tonight, you can't even answer some of the questions." I find this so appalling. You are a marine science center with scientists there. Why can't you, please, Tim, pay attention? That's being respectful. I'm not a fringe nut like Dr. Trussell said in an email to Ralph Martin.
All right, let's
Okay, that's not
focus.
being respectful. So I expected all of us, I applaud all of you. You're citizens like I'm a citizen. And I've been working for 3 years. My husband has been trying to educate himself, reading things like on the computer constantly. We're just simple folks up against scientists. And we're trying to, you're saying let's work together? That should have happened a long time ago. I really feel that we should not give them any approvals. The town voted, 2/3 vote, to give the power to the selectmen to negotiate, finally negotiate with Northeast and see if you can come to some kind of a compromise, working together. Not planning secretly up there like you've been doing for years. We have proof that goes back to 2012. You should be ashamed that you left us in the dark. If you wonder why we're here, it's because you brought us here. You did. Because you didn't tell us the truth. You should be ashamed of yourself as an educational institution. Educate the public that you're impacting. We pay the bills in this town. You do not. Please, I applaud you. It's been a lot of work for all of us. Spend a lot of hours, I'm sure, trying to digest things. And what we want is open, honest, transparent conversations. No more BS. I'm sick of it. Do not approve anything.
Thank you. Okay, shall we close the public hearing? Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make the motion.
A second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Okay, similarly to the previous application, we will need to vote separately on the Wetlands Protection Act and the Nahant Wetlands Protection Bylaw. Henry pointed out, which I hadn't thought of before, if you vote against something, you cannot participate in creating conditions for it. So you wouldn't be able to participate in the conditions for the other project. Okay, so any discussion? Ready to vote? Okay. Can I hear a motion to vote under the Wetlands Protection Act on DEP file number 0470582, the seawater intake system? Just a motion to get us to voting.
I so move.
With conditions?
We'll do that in the next, yeah. Is there a second?
Second.
Keegan? Okay. All right. Is there, what, yeah?
Just make it clear for everybody, this a vote on this one, we can add conditions.
Yes.
Just-
So all in favor of approving, issuing an order of conditions for this project with conditions? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
I'm opposed.
Opposed. Opposed? Okay. So it passes 5-2.
Wait a minute, there are three,
5 to 2.
Colleen and Henry are opposed.
3 or 4.
4, 5. Aren't there 7 of us? Ellen's not here. 6 of us. Wow. 4 in favor, 2 opposed. Wow, I've been doing that wrong all night. Okay. So we'll meet again on August 11th at 7 p.m. to put conditions together for this. Okay. Do I hear a motion to vote on DEP file number 0470582 under the Nahant Wetlands bylaw?
I move.
Thank you, Ian.
I second.
Thank you, Colleen. Okay. All in favor of approving under the wetlands bylaw with conditions? Opposed? Aye. Okay. All right. So we'll meet to discuss that on August 11th at 7 p.m. Is there a motion to close the meeting?
Aye, so moved.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Aye. All right. Thank you.
Good.